Chapter 10, Part 1 of Recompence by Robert Keable. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 10, Part 1. But Julie paid no visit to Sampson's house on the morrow. February having been fine for a couple of days, March was ushered in with sleet and even snow, and Julie, used to Natal, was, to use her own expression, perished. She began the day by heroically visiting the chicken runs at the instance of Bert, but in an insufficient mackintosh and with all too thin boots, so that she finally returned laughing from the treacherous tufty grass hummocks of the fields and from the piled sleet of the road, with no alternative but a complete change. And she vowed that nothing would take her out into the cold, damp misery again. Yet, as day succeeded day without any particular change, and she began to wake up to the realities of English weather, it became evident that she would have to break her vow. One afternoon, then, she and Teeny sallied out for exercise, and Julie, muffled to the eyes in a heavy old trench-coat and wearing laced-up riding boots, found herself on the village road, attired much as she had been in the old war years in Le Havre and Dieppe. The two women walked quickly, with an interchange of conversation at first that was no more than question and answer concerning places and people they passed or saw. Despite the fact that it drizzled and that the heavy moist air clung like a pall to field and tree, Julie's spirits rose as she walked. The week had seen her settling into her duties as matron at the home with an ease that delighted her. She had taken over from the overworked Teeny and from a nurse who had assisted her all the housekeeping side of the enterprise, and she had settled easily into the position of a kind of social head. Teeny had come into her room one evening, and sitting on the bed had explained what she wanted. "You see, my dear," she had said, "you and I know each other so well. We're not exactly like an ordinary doctor and matron. We are friends, and you are trained to more than a matron's work. I want you to become in time the nominal head of the place. I want you to interview newcomers, and especially the men, setting me free not only for the medical work here, but also for the lecturing and writing I'm trying to do. See?" And Julie, looking anything but a matron, in a crepe de chine nightdress of ethereal texture, embroidered with a butterfly that might have been deemed an inappropriate symbol of her activities, had consented seriously. Whereupon Teeny, herself in workmanlike pyjamas, had risen to bid her good night, and added, looking down upon her, "Only, my dear, if there should be an emergency call in the night, I think I should put on a dressing-gown. Of course the men would be charmed, but they might be less inclined to remain devoted to their ladies." At any rate, now they swung along in the damp down the village street. On one side were neat new bungalow cottages, for the squire looked after his people, and on the other a village club, possibly unique in England, for the parson cared for his flock. Teeny explained. "That," she said, "is a wonder of a place, my dear. You should go in it some time. There's a fine billiard-room with 2 full-sized tables, a cosy smoke-room, a library, and upstairs a hall with a stage and dressing-rooms all complete. There are baths and tennis-courts and even stables, and the place is licensed. It has the dinkiest hall, with jolly chairs and a little bar that is somehow the antithesis of a public-house. It's rather wonderful, really." Julie looked at the charming club-house with its drive and neat lawns, and smiled. "And where's the wonderful parson?" she demanded. "He lives at Turton Major. The poor devil has to run 3 villages, this, Turton Major, and Turton on the Hill. He lives as centrally as possible, and has let the vicarage here to Sampson. That's his house." They were passing, beyond the club-house and a couple of cottages, a delightful, sober, red-brick, square-faced house that stood back from the road in a sunk garden, with the date 1620 over its entrance. An espaliered pear-tree climbed the side wall of an enclosed kitchen garden, whose fruit trees nodded over the low wall that had divided it from the road, and behind was visible parkland and an avenue of great limes. "The park's behind," went on Teeny, "and through that gate ahead you get to Andover House. It's empty now, though. We go up here to the left." The road wound round by some thatched cottages, and opposite them, on a little hill studded with village graves, stood the church. Its squat, stunted tower hardly rose above the level of its jumbled roofs, for it was a crazy patchwork of such varied fragments of architecture as had survived the transitions of the centuries. Teeny indicated a high ancient brick wall that skirted the further side of the churchyard. "That's the wall of the monastery," she said, They say it was Carthusian. There are curious niches in it that possibly held Stations of the Cross. But I don't suppose you care much for that sort of thing, Judy?" Judy swung her stick and stepped out. "No, religion's beyond me," she said, "but I'd like to see the person who could build a licensed clubhouse with a stage and a billiard-room." And yet, lightly as she spoke, she could not quite banish a memory that seemed so far from that peaceful English countryside, a memory of herself in the doorway of a little shack, the range of stark African mountains on every side, and a voice behind her saying in its poor English, "The agony in the garden, the scourging at the pillar." She did not know the difference, but it sounded like enough to the Stations of the Cross. "Well," said Teeny, "you shall. The vicarage is a mile or so away. Parson Plattner is a man worth knowing. He isn't married, and he'll probably be in. We'll make him give us some tea." "What does he think of the home?" Teeny laughed. "I don't quite know," she confessed. "I think he's in complete agreement with it, but not in quite so definite agreement with the society. I mean, he's all for what the home does, but not entirely for all that the society aims at. Perhaps, however modern a parson, he could hardly be. And he's a cynic. He's clever enough to argue even with Mr. Sampson, but he will argue against whatever anybody says. He sees both sides to every question, and has an air of sitting aloft among the gods, deciding none. I like him. Sampson doesn't. They're rather amusing together." A little gust of unexplained passion swept across Julie. "I shall hate him," she said. Teeny looked surprised. "My dear, that's not like you. Why ever?" Julie cut at a stinging nettle with her stick. "I hate people that go on contentedly as if nothing mattered. They never risk anything. He sounds like that, don't you know?" Yes, but Geoffrey Plattner has risked a good deal in his time, even his clubhouse. What do you suppose the bishop thinks of it?" "Oh, well," said Julie, "I'll wait and see." They were walking across a park by now, down a road that was spanned with a gate and was plainly semi-private. The rich wooded country rolled beneath them, field on field mounted the farther slopes, and in the valley one could see the chimneys of a big house and clustering elms that suggested a hidden church. "This is lovely," said Julie. "I know, it's so English. One loves it at first, and always in a way. But Turton irritates me often when I'm in a bad mood. It's so illogical and hopeless, and it goes on complacently, as if all were for the best in the best of all worlds." There was such comical irritation in her voice that Julie burst into laughter. "Good Lord, Teeny," she said, "whatever's the matter?" "Well, we English are such incongruous fools. Look at that." She swung her stick in a vague semicircle. "There's a great house, rented by London folk with a fortune made the other day out of margarine. Quite all right, but it was built for a resident squire who cared for his peasantry and rode to hounds and employed the village. There's the church. You can see it now. A sweet little place. It's neat and proper and clean, but it's a kind of picturesque adjunct to the house into which about 5% of the village go occasionally, and no wonder, for its service and its appearance are both completely remote from village life. And there's the vicarage beyond, with Geoffrey Plattner in it, who's got no gospel that either the house or the village will listen to, or would understand if they did, and who's stuck down here in the Church of England system, when he might at least attract a crowd of thinking people if he were free in London. And there's one of the loveliest countrysides in the world all about, that is neither holding a decent peasant population, nor pleasing its new squire." Julie pushed open another gate and stepped out into a narrow road. "Heavens, Teeny," she said, "my head whirls." "Well," retorted her friend, opening a wicket opposite in a neatly trimmed hedge, "here's the vicarage. Let's go and talk to the parson." A winding little path ran up an old-world garden to a smiling little house. Even on that dull day it looked delightful. Not as old or definite in period as the house, it was set quietly nevertheless among lawns and garden and shrubbery, with the peace of rural England resting upon it. From the gate there was but one cottage in sight. From the house a glimpse only of the church across the road, and that because the larch and oak and tall elm that surrounded the latter were still unclothed. An open door gave on a little hall, but the vicar saw and heard them approach. As they reached it, his study door opened, and he came out. "Hello, Doctor," he called. "Come in. You're most altogether welcome. I thought you were never coming again." "Did you?" retorted Teeny. "So did I after last time. This, by the way, is Julie Gamelin, our new matron. Julie, Mr. Plattner has the audacity to tell me, last time I saw him, that woman was incapable of logical argument." The clergyman held out his hand to Julie, surveying her deliberately with vivid blue eyes. "They're capable of so much better things, matron," he said, but Julie was not sure that he meant it. "And how do you like Andover Cross?" he went on. "I shall like it better when the sun shines," said Julie. "I expect so. Dr. Melville said you came from Natal. You must find it damnable. But come in. You'll take tea?" He pressed a button, and a bell rang in the distance. Julie walked first into the room. She looked about her with interest. There were many books, but a richness of colour and decoration that told of other than merely bookish interests. The room had an air, she knew not quite of what. But of one thing she was sure. It was not definitely the Buddha who looked from the mantelpiece to a German Christ on a side table, nor the Venus who stood beneath a wonderful photograph of a nude man paused on rocks above a sunlit sea, but the study did not suggest the ministry of the establishment, nor for that matter did the thick-set, rather burly man with the heavy, thrust-out jaw and thickish lips, in the rough tweed suit, breeches, stockings, and red tie, who motioned her to a chair by the fire and received her trench-coat. But she liked him. It was plain to her that he appreciated her trim figure in the fawn costume she wore beneath, and he had a hearty, downright air that was an improvement, at any rate, on the visiting clergyman at Gray's. "Many more babies?" he inquired quizzically of them both as he returned from the hall. "A few," said Teeny, "all up to time and correct, and a young man who wants horsewhipping." "Oh, is that why you've relented and called?" "No, rather not. We've an eminently capable matron." Plattner glanced across at Julie, smiling. "Literally or morally?" "Both," retorted Teeny, "but we prefer moral persuasion." Plattner shook his head. "That's the worst of you idealists," he said. "I'm inclined to think that in many cases the other would be better. But what do you think of this young man, matron?" Julie looked at her friend half inquiringly. "Oh, say what you like, my dear," said Teeny, taking a cigarette from a box. "May I smoke, please?" He rose hastily. "I'm so sorry, I forgot. Well, matron?" handing her the box. Julie took one. "Well, you see," she said, "he's religious. He's sinned deeply, and he's profoundly sorry. He sent the girl to us, and now he's come down to do the right thing. He wants to marry her, would have done, only she didn't let him know about the baby until too close on time. He'll probably come and see you in the vestry next Sunday morning." "Why shouldn't he?" "Because," broke in Teeny, "he's a miserable little worm, whining away about his soul and hers. She's a healthy, hefty country girl, and her father's a farmer in Somerset. He'll probably give her the strap when she gets back, and say no more about it, and the boy'll have some chance to grow up decently on the farm. As for little Albert, he lives in a clergy house at present, and runs boys' clubs." "Where?" Teeny named a big London church in the east, renowned for its clergy house of young Oxford men, with whom lived other young men engaged in social activities in their leisure time. "Good God!" cried Plattner. "But he doesn't want to take her there." "Oh, no. He's a clerk somewhere, a publishing company in Paternoster Row, I think. He wants to take a flat in West Kensington, within reach of St. Cuthbert's, Filbeach Gardens. He says the boys' clubs are temporarily finished for him, but he would like to be within reach of the service of a Catholic altar." Plattner frowned. "How did it happen?" he asked. "That's decidedly obscure to us. Probably he'll tell you in the vestry. She was a housemaid in town. Went to the church, I believe." The clergyman stirred restlessly. "The old story," he said. "The boy's male, and she's a healthy animal. Probably she thought him a fine gentleman. He was quite sure she was attractive. Reaction from the clergy house did for him. Animal spirit did for her. They're no match?" "Utterly hopeless. He wants her to be a Catholic, and she's more likely to become a happy prostitute if she stays in town. In the country she'd mother a dozen successfully. Besides, he whines, and always will whine." Plattner reached for the tea-table as the housemaid's step sounded in the hall. "I think I could turn and live with animals," he quoted. "They do not sweat and whine about their condition. They do not lie awake in the dark and weep for their sins." The girl entered with the tray. As she withdrew and Teeny began to pour out, Julie spoke. "I say, Padre," she said, "I must say I don't understand how a clergyman can talk like that." "No, Because I suppose you think a clergyman must talk always to rule. Julie shook her head slowly. You have me there. I don't think that. But what has become of your position if you can speak as you do? Geoffrey Plattner got up and reached his pipe down from a shelf. You won't mind if I smoke this? He said. There was a look in his face that Teeny knew. Behind his back she raised her eyebrows at Julie. He was plainly out for the verbal warfare that his soul loved, and in the strength of which it lived. You see, matron, I do not know what is my position. Well, you're a Church of England clergyman, who is not entirely blind to the fact that a Church of England clergyman may be anything from a Roman Catholic to a freethinker. With honesty? He shrugged his shoulders. My dear madame, who are you or I to judge honesty? And if you want to split hairs over definitions of articles and creeds, don't ask me to join you. I won't, but I'd like to know your own position. How can you maintain that Albert should not worry about his sin? When did I? That is woman's logic. But waive that. What is sin? Julie hesitated. Look here, she said, who's doing the questioning? Still, surely the Church teaches that breaches of the 10 Commandments are sin. And do you or I believe in the thunder and lightning on Sinai? What do we know of moral laws? Natural laws, yes, under the urge of which your Albert put that girl with child. After all, he has been silly, not sinful. He ought to have selected a better time and a more suitable companion. But his clergy house and his Catholicism and Paternoster Row and his own little mind never gave the poor devil a real chance. He smoked hard, his eyes on her. As she didn't speak, he went on. And do you think it is really possible to get very worried over poor little Albert? If there's a personal God big enough to have staged all this, do you think he's going to worry to pick up little Albert and drop him into hell? Do you think a God big enough to hold the stars in his hand and watch without a sign the machinations of big financiers is going to damn little Albert for getting bowled by the trickiest of all balls when he didn't know the first thing about cricket? No, you don't, and nor do I. He ought to be told to be proud of himself for having sufficient virility to beget a child, and he ought to be shoved into a healthy atmosphere and given hard work. Don't you believe in heaven and hell, then? Hell, yes. The hell a man makes of his own life. Heaven, I'm not sure. But what's life for, then? Matron, if I could tell you, I'd be the wisest man in the world. But how can I? How can anyone? Heavens, the fools people are to ask that question. Since history began they've asked it, and since history began it's never been answered. One way or another they go round the circle of answers in every generation. Some live for religion, some for philosophy, which is another form of religion, some for the country, some for the race, which is only an enlargement of the same thing. Our friend Samson is mad for the improvement of the race. My brother in the ministry and neighbour, Higginbottom of Fernley, is equally mad for the salvation of Albert. All little puppets intoxicated with their own importance. He's hackneyed to death. But Omar's right. Up from earth's centre through the seventh gate I rose, and on the throne of Saturn sate, and many knots unravelled by the road, but not the knot of human death and fate. Then where does the Church come in at all? Julie demanded. He waved his pipe stem. You have caught me in a black hour. Old Timothy up at Elm's End died this morning. It's taken him 10 years of steady drinking to do it, and he's made his wife's life a misery and been an infernal nuisance to his neighbours all the while. Now I've to read over him, our dear brother here departed, in sure and certain hope of the resurrection to eternal life. I hate it. That's the kind of honesty that I question. I can only nerve myself to do it by realizing that, after all, neither I nor Timothy matters a damn either way. But in these moods I like to meet Dr. Melville. Not that the old little experiment is going to alter human nature. Nothing is. The comedy has to be played out. Only I liked to take a back seat and watch. Teeny jumped up. Come on, Julie, let's go. When his reverence is in that mood, it's better. Besides, it's late. They walked the greater part of the way home in comparative silence. The rain had ceased, and the birds were out in the hedges. But suddenly Julie burst out. Teeny, much of that would drive me mad. Do you suppose that man has experienced life? He has. Too much of it, perhaps. That's his trouble. How? He's seen through things, I thank God I haven't." Julie glanced sideways at her, tramping through the mud, her shrewd, steadfast face looking ahead resolutely. "Oh dear," she cried, "I wish I were like you. I used to take life as I found it, but I can't now. You just carry on. I can't. If there's nothing in it, I'm beat." "Rubbish," retorted Teeny. "You're the last person to say that, Julie." "I was, perhaps. I'm not now. Perhaps I've experienced too much of life as well." "Chuck yourself into this job, then. Whole hog. It's a great game, and worth it." "By God, I will!" cried Julie fiercely. "Anything but that." And she jerked her head back down the road they had come. "Ah, but that's not all of Geoffrey Platner. We'll get him in one night, and you shall see. Go and hear him preach, too. There's power in that fellow." They rounded the corner by the church and swung into the straight past Maurice Sampson's house. But there, just at the gate, arresting them, sudden and dramatic, a little incident, over in a moment, stamped itself for ever on Julie's brain. There came the bang of a door, the sound of running steps, and the cackle of silly, half-childish, half-inhuman laughter that froze the blood of one listener at least, to whom it was wholly unexpected. Down the path came what Julie took at first to be a child of 5 or 6, and then, with a shuddering glance at the face, realized might be 10 years older. A child's body, but a great misshapen head, with slobbery mouth, big hideous ears, and swollen eyes that rolled inanely. It ran, giggling towards the gate and the road. It was dressed in a knickerbocker suit, and in one hand, with the gesture of a child, but with something of the purpose of an adult, it grasped by the tail a mewing kitten that cried pitifully. Before either could move, the door of the house opened again, and a woman appeared, running foolishly in a full skirt, and crying, "Hughie, Hughie, come back, you naughty boy! Poor Kitty, too! I shall have to smack you! Come back!" She reached the pitiful figure, and caught it crossly and senselessly by the arm with a jerk. The child resisted, as a naughty child might, but with the strength of its years. The mother slapped it, and its face puckered horribly to howl. It dropped the kitten and struck back at her aimlessly with a kind of pawing stroke, the woman tugging still and scolding crossly. There on the path the two figures struggled, and at the gate the two women, still arrested as they had been by that first inhuman laughter, stood helplessly. And then, in a moment, came Mr. Sampson, white-faced, striding from the open doorway, swiftly, purposefully. He caught the child up bodily, turned, and strode back without a word. The monstrous head dangled over his shoulder as he went, half frightened, half too astonished to feel anything but its helplessness, as a child might be. The woman straightened herself and put her hands up to her fluffy fair hair. "Maurice," she said fretfully, and uselessly, for he was gone too suddenly to hear, "you might have told me he was in the hall." Teeny caught her friend's arm and hurried her on. "I don't think she saw us," she said. "Come on, quickly." "He did," whispered Julie, horror vibrant in her voice. "Sampson?" "Yes, I met his eyes. Oh, my God, Teeny!" "I know, it's terrible. I never see it, but I'm in terror for him." "How do you mean?" "Well, he's a scientist to his fingertips, for one thing, and she's a damned fool. She won't allow it to be sent away. He's quixotic enough to feel that she has a right to her wish, and he feels that the other thing shirks their responsibility." Julie was puzzled. "But what do you mean, then, in terror for him?" As she spoke, they reached their own gate. Teeny turned her head and looked at her, her hand on the latch. Julie met her eyes. "My God, Teeny!" she cried again, white-faced. "Not that!" Dr. Melville nodded. "If only he had another child to fill his mind," she said as they walked up the path, "or the least chance of one." End of Chapter 10, Part 1. Chapter 10, Part 2 of Recompence by Robert Keable. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 10, Part 2. Julie slept badly that night. The remembrance of the pitiful monstrosity of the surgeon's child haunted her, and Teeny's words had gone deep into her subconsciousness. She awoke in the early hours, muffling a scream, having dreamed that she saw the man, armed with a knife, pursuing the child down the road. Unable to sleep thereafter, she got up and went to the open window, standing there a while to watch the sleeping countryside in the moonlight. The house was still, though once a child cried a little in one of the rooms. Then the cold struck her, and she shivered, cast one last glance up the street towards the house of horror, and got back to bed, lighting up her candle and trying to read. But even that was impossible. Her imagination tried to picture the nights of Sampson's life down the road. She knew nothing of his menage, but she conceived that there would be a nurse, and that the child would have its own range of rooms. Probably the father immersed himself in study. She could picture him bent over his books or his microscope in his own room far into the night, a figure lit by the shaded lamp in the surrounding darkness. Then she realized how foolish it all was, mentally shook herself, and forced her attention on her book. She woke in the dawn to find the candle had guttered out. Mr. Sampson called early to see Teeny over a case. Julie met him in the hall. She smiled and wished him good morning, and he, in his courteous way, inclined his head a little to her, and stood aside for her to pass. Neither betrayed any thought of the previous day's scene. Teeny was closeted with him in her study for an hour or more, while Julie went about her household duties. In the end, the routine of the day, and of the days following, engulfed her, and the incident might not have been for any reference anyone made to it. Mrs. Sampson, indeed, called on Julie about this time. The call was strictly formal, and it was not without pathos in Julie's mind. The fair, fluffy woman, primly dressed, had an air of faded prettiness. She conveyed, perhaps without meaning to do so, her own utter disapproval of the society and of the home, root and branch, but in the same breath she referred to her husband's skill in words of real pride. She even mentioned the child. "You'll have heard, matron, our poor little boy is mentally backward. It's a great grief to us both, but he is a dear little fellow, and as I think God has entrusted him to us. He may perhaps improve. If the doctor were not so much against it, I should take him to Lord, as it is—" "Yes, Mrs. Sampson," said Julie, mastering her astonishment. "It must be very trying for you both." Mrs. Sampson rose to go, leaving cards unobtrusively. When she was out of sight, Julie rushed upstairs to Teeny's room. "Teeny, you there?" "Yes, why?" "Come for a walk." "My dear, I can't, awfully sorry. I'm just sorting garments, and after that I've my lecture to finish. You know I've got to go for the weekend to town." "Right. Well, I can, can't I? I must. I want to tramp the fields and get my lungs full of fresh air." Teeny surveyed her shrewdly. "Was that Mrs. Sampson who called?" "Yes." "All right, off you go then." Julie took to the fields beyond the church, skirted some arable, and delighted in striding over the rich pasture land below that had been under grass for generations. There is nothing in Africa like the English meadows. The fat cattle stared at her in sleepy mild amaze, and the rabbits scurried with a contemptuous flick of their tails when they saw she had no gun, into their holes, more for the sake of practice than because they were afraid. She had climbed gates, leaped a stream, picked her way over a morass, and entered a spinney of young larch that were just putting out their pink flowerets and the miraculous green of new leaves. She sauntered through the little wood, unaware that the exercise and the tempered wind and the clean fresh scents had flushed her cheeks and given new grace to her figure and new light to her eyes, but supremely happy for all that. And when, jumping a fence and coming out on a road at the top of a hill, she saw Sampson himself in his little two-seater bearing down upon her, she waved her stick without a second thought. He slowed down, a grave smile on his face. "Hello, matron. Had enough exercise? Like a spin home in the car?" "I love it, Mr. Sampson. What a topping little bus!" "Yes, it's rather jolly, isn't it? Well, and how are the rabbits?" She snuggled in beside him, watched the long fingers move on brake and gear and steering wheel with the sure, nervous touch of the skilled surgeon, and noting the ease with which he made himself one, as it were, with the purring engine. "Oh, as cheeky as they could be," she laughed. "I was almost tempted to try and put salt on their tails." A smile flickered across his face again. "Do you shoot?" "I never have in England, but I have a good deal in Africa." "Really? What sort of shooting?" "Oh, birds for the pot when we've been on trek, and once I had a fortnight after buck in Zululand." "Then you must certainly come out with us. You look as if you'd enjoy a tramp over the turnips." "Rather. Do you?" "Yes, I like the precision of a gun. It's a good tonic, too, for one side of one's mental activity. But I don't get much chance." She studied him reflectively. "You work too hard," she said. He neither denied the charge nor laughed it aside. "I believe I do," he replied, "but that is all there is for some of us to do, Miss Gamelin." All the woman, all the nurse in Julie took control of her. "Rubbish!" she laughed. "I can hear you saying that to any of your patients. I guess I'll have to look after you a bit. What's the good of being a matron if I can't? And I tell you what, I wish you'd give me a lift into Codrington or even Leamington occasionally when you have to go there. Andover is very charming, but the shops might be better." He laughed this time. "They might," he said. "Of course I will, matron. I hadn't thought of it." She settled herself demurely. "Do you ever go to Warwick? I should love to see the castle." "I do sometimes. You certainly ought to see it. And we might go by Edge Hill. You can still make out the positions of the king and the various forces, if you care for that sort of thing." "I know nothing about it. I'm a fearful ignoramus. But if you'd show me, I should be most awfully pleased." He slowed the car down into Andover Cross and drew up at the gate of the home. With a boyishness of movement she had never yet seen in him, he was out and at her side to open the door before she could move. She jumped down and held out her hand. "Thanks ever so much for a topping ride." "Thank you, matron," he said, taking it. "You've done me the world of good. I shall be going to Codrington in a couple of days or so, and I'll look in and see if you are free. May I?" "Rather, and I shall be free. I'm beginning to learn the despotic powers of the matron." End of Chapter 10, Part 2. Chapter 10, Part 3 of Recompence by Robert Keable. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 10, Part 3. The day following, a Saturday, Teeny Melville left early for town, and that afternoon Julie was brought face to face with the first unshared responsibility of her new life. It was late afternoon, and she had been writing letters in the study. She heard the bell ring, but could not see from her window who it was who had called. With an inward sinking feeling that it might be another social visit, she listened to Ellen's steps in the hall and for the voice of the visitor. It did not come. Instead, she heard Ellen give a little cry of consternation, and then her feet hastening the few steps to the study door. She herself jumped up as the door opened without a knock. "Oh, matron, I thought you were here. There's a girl in the hall, fainted or something." Julie was out and past her in a moment. Within the porch, on an oak settle that stood there, lay a slight figure whose exhaustion was manifest on the instant. The girl, for she was no more than 19 or 20, if she were that, had plainly rung the bell, collapsed on the settle, and promptly fainted. Julie did not hesitate a second. She gathered her up in her own strong arms and carried her into the study. There was a long Chesterfield under the window, and she laid her down on that. "Ellen," she said quietly over her shoulder, "the brandy from the cupboard by the fire, and then the smelling salts from my room. As quickly as possible, please." With swift fingers she removed the girl's hat. It was big and fashionable, but hardly anything more unsuitable for the country and for walking at this time of year could be imagined. Yet the girl had walked, and walked to some distance. Her shoes, as unsuitable but as fashionable as the hat, were ruined, her silk stockings stained to the knee with mud, even her short skirt bedrabbled. Ellen handed Julie the brandy and a glass, and she poured out and forced a little of the spirit between the girl's closed lips. Then, as the maid went for the smelling salts, her steady hand felt her patient's pulse, and thereafter rubbed a little of the brandy on her hands and forehead. Ellen returned with the salts as the girl's eyes began to flicker. "Thanks," said Julie. "That's right, Ellen. Go and see that I can have tea when I ring. She'll do nicely now." The girl's eyes opened. "Where am I?" she demanded faintly. Then her gaze taking in Julie's uniform. "Oh, nurse, nurse, is this Andover? Oh, take me in, please, please. I don't know what to do. I should die if you don't." And she burst into a passion of tears. Julie's arm went round her neck, and with her other hand she wiped the child's tears with her handkerchief. "My dear," she said brightly in her firm, confident voice, "whatever's the trouble, you're all right here. Take a grip of that and stop crying. People don't cry here. You know that, don't you? What you want is a cup of tea and a comfortable chair. That at once, at any rate. You're only tired with your walk just now. I'm all sorts of clever things, I know." The girl smiled faintly and turned her head with a pathetic, tired gesture on Julie's shoulder. "Oh, thank God, she said brokenly. "I never thought I'd get here." Julie restrained her desire to ask questions. "Look here," she said, "I'm going to get a basin of warm water and a sponge for you first. Lie still a moment. Nobody will come, and I shan't be long." She was back quickly with a basin of water that smelled refreshingly of eau de cologne. Bending over her visitor, she bathed her face and hands and dried them for her as though she were a baby. "There," she said at last. "How's that? What about the tea now? Let me get you into a chair." 10 minutes later she felt she might ask the necessary questions. "Well," she said, sipping her own tea, "and where do you come from?" The girl flushed instantly. She set down her teacup and stretched her hands out on the arms of the chair, grasping them convulsively. Her lips quivered. Judy put down her own cup resolutely and leaned forward a little in her chair. "Listen," she said firmly. "I'm not being a bit unkind, but I'm matron of this house. I'm also a trained nurse. Now, of course, I can guess why you've come, but you know I can't take in anyone who comes to the door without explanation. Naturally, people who come to us have been arranged for, and you haven't. I can see you need help, but even if the details go no further than myself, I must know them. Will you try to remember that? I'm not here to scold or blame in the least, but I've got to know, for I've got to decide. See? Now then, where do you come from?" Julie spoke at length to give the other time, and she spoke firmly, because she knew well enough how near the girl before her was to hysteria. She did not reckon on the effect of her little speech. The child in the chair grew white-faced, but with resolution. The trembling lips set. The hands on the chair-arms gripped tightly, it's true, but no longer convulsively. She straightened herself with a pitiful little effort. "My God," said Julie to herself, "I bet that's Breed. Matron," and there was more resolution than despair in the voice by now, "of course you're right. It was silly of me. You must ask questions, and I'm entirely at your mercy and must answer them. But naturally I've not been used to this. I haven't even been to a hospital before. First, forgive me for arriving like this." The pathos of that plucky, foolish little speech went to Julie's heart. She smiled cheerfully across at the girl, sought swiftly in her mind for something to put her at her ease, and reached out her hand for a cigarette. "Oh, that's all right," she said. "Would you like a cigarette? I think you might have one, and I'll follow suit if you don't mind." The girl smiled back at her, understanding. "I would like one," she said, "if it won't make me sick. I haven't been able to smoke lately." "One will do you good," said Julie, striking and holding out a match. There are ways and ways of taking and lighting and smoking cigarettes. This girl's every action betrayed her. She did not take it as if she had been used to occasional woodbines offered on the sly by young men, nor if the particularly expensive brand of Turkish that Teeny affirmed was her only luxury was a surprise to her. She leaned to the match with an air, too, but as she leaned back her face gave a twitch of pain. Julie was up instantly and slipped a cushion under her. "Thanks awfully. Now, what's the first question?" "Where do you come from?" "London." "How did you get here, then?" "I trained to Codrington, then I hadn't any more money, and I walked." "You walked from Codrington?" Julie could not help that. "Yes, I don't know how long I took. I rested a good bit, but, well, I had to, you see." "But—" Julie stopped herself. Of course there had been devastating trouble somehow. That could wait. "Well, and what's your name?" The girl hesitated perceptibly. "Must I give that?" she asked at last. "Won't a made-up one do? And you mustn't write to my people. If you want to do that, I'll go. I cannot see them. I would rather die." Once again the absurd resolution of the exhausted child before her made Julie almost forget her part. But she just smiled. "Well," she said, "if I don't write, it's because I shall trust you. And if I trust you, you must trust me. Going from us as you are is, of course, out of the question. Besides, it is plain that you've nowhere to go. So, won't you trust me?" "Angelica," said the girl. "Yes, Angelica." And with a faint signal, colour leaping into her cheeks, the girl added names. Julie could not help it. "Good Lord!" she cried. For the first time, at the exclamation, something other than pain and fear and pluck looked out of her visitor's eyes. "I know," she said, "but it's not so amusing for me." "I don't suppose so," returned Julie dryly. Then with a rush of pity, "But, my dear, what in the world have you been at?" The girl tossed her cigarette into the fire and leaned forward. "Listen," she said. "I'll tell you. You know my mother, at least by name. You know her charities and her religion. But I sometimes wonder if my mother has a heart. At least she hasn't an intelligence. Matron, up to the other day I didn't know one word about life. I'd seen nothing, been taught nothing. I'd been whipped as a child for asking questions, and in my teens nothing was allowed to come near enough to me to suggest questions. But 12 months ago I had to be let out, just a little. And when I was staying with some people whom Mother considered safe, some of us had a chance for a bit of fun, and took it. I thought nothing of it, Matron. We motored to another house, some people whom Mother wouldn't know, but our class in a way, for all that, for a scratch dance got up on the spur of the moment. We agreed to stay the night. The dance became a rag, and eventually we had a pillow fight in pyjamas and nighties. Of course I was mad, but I never knew. I had champagne, too, much more than I ought, and— She broke off, hiding her face in her hands. "You needn't tell me all this," said Julie abruptly. Angelica lifted a scarlet face. "I want to," she said. "Why not? I'd rather you knew, in case—" She faltered. "In case anything happens to me. Where was I? Oh, I know. Somehow we got playing hide-and-seek, and really I don't remember how." Such a despairing little cry that was. "Anyway, I hid with a boy in a little attic, and they didn't find us, and he wouldn't let me go until he kissed me and done everything. Even then I hardly realized what it meant. I got to bed all right. We went back in the morning, and nobody knew." Julie reached for another cigarette. "And then?" she queried, as the other did not speak. "I guessed after a while. Oh, my God, Matron, you could never understand. I couldn't tell anyone. Mother takes family prayers, and I used to kneel and scream in my heart, but she was so awfully— I don't know what coldly good, I think. My sister's such a kid. Father—" She smiled faintly even then. "Well, dear old Daddy's hopeless, you know. Besides, Mother would have seen he knew something and got it out of him when he was drunk, perhaps, and he's mostly drunk. I haven't much money either, and it sounds silly. I didn't know if one could go to any doctor or how much it's cost. I couldn't write, for Mother would have seen the answer. At last I bought a book on a bookstall. I was sure by this time, and getting desperate, and then— well, I went to a shop in Charing Cross Road, one of those awful shops, you know. Matron, I don't know how ever I got the courage, but the man there— oh, what has God let some men live? I wish now that I killed him and been hanged." The tears stood unreservedly in Julie's eyes. The silly, hopeless, hideous tragi-comedy of the child before her seemed expressed in that absurd correction. But her next words struck something like fear to Julie's heart. I took medicines then," she said. Julie made a mental note that she would tell Samson this as quickly as possible, but she did not interrupt. "Well?" she queried kindly. "Nothing did any good," the girl went on, more listlessly. 6 weeks ago I went to stay with friends. I stayed a few days, and then I went to lodgings. Only they thought I'd gone home, and Mother thought I was still with them. Mother doesn't bother about me now. She never did in a way, if you understand. She was too busy. I managed it up to yesterday." Once more Julie helped her out. "Yes, and yesterday?" she asked. "Why did you leave your lodgings?" The self-control that had helped her so far gave out at that. All the horror of weeks of fear and loneliness stared suddenly out of the child's hunted eyes. "I couldn't stay," she burst out. "For one thing, I had no more money. It went so quickly. Things were so dear. Then I was all alone, except for the landlady, and she was awful. She'd have sent me to some dreadful place. And the pain, Matron, I couldn't endure the pain in that terrible room. I think I could have stood that if I had had anyone to trust, anyone to speak to, anyone of our sort. As it was, I— She broke off devastatingly. "Oh, Matron, take me in. I'd heard of Andover Cross. I'd just money to take me to Codrington. I can't go back. I can't go on. I can't do anything. Take me in, or I shall die. I shall die. I shall kill myself." Julie rose swiftly. She took a couple of paces to the girl and halted in front of her, but not touching the sob-racked body that she longed to comfort. "Angelica," she said. "Angelica?" The tone of her voice had magic in it, cooling, compelling power. The child's sobs died down, and she turned despairing eyes to the other. "Yes, matron." "Child," said Judy, "listen. All that is over. Over, do you hear? Put it all utterly and entirely from you. I take complete responsibility. See? The pain, the fear, the loneliness, they're all over. You're going to be warm and comfortable and happy, with books and music and flowers and nice things, for the most wonderful thing the world has to give is coming to you, and you've got to be ready to receive it." The tears brimmed out of the girl's eyes and rolled down her cheeks, but she did not take her gaze from Julie's. Looking down at her, Julie saw such adoration grow there that a lump arose in her own throat. "Oh, matron," she whispered brokenly, "you're kinder than God." End of Chapter 10, Part 3. Chapter 10, Parts 4 and 5 of Recompence by Robert Keable. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 10, Part 4. Outside the door, Julie waited for the staff sister. She came at last. "Sister," said Julie in a low tone, "I know we're full, but a case has come in which we cannot refuse. Will you kindly prepare my room as quickly as possible, and then come here? The name is Angelica Smith. I will move into Dr. Melville's room. There's a camp bed we can fix up, isn't there? And, sister, I want this note to go at once to Mr. Sampson. Will you see to it?" The uniformed, capable-looking woman nodded. Whatever she thought, she asked no questions. No one asks questions unnecessarily at Andover Cross. Julie turned back to the study. "Your room will be ready for you in a few minutes, Angelica," she said. Then, looking at her more closely, "How do you feel?" The girl smiled faintly. "It'll only be a few minutes, won't it, matron?" The nervous energy that had sustained her was draining away. Julie saw that. She poured out a little brandy. "Drink this," she ordered, and took the thin little wrist again into her hand. The stimulant brought back a faint colour, and Julie moved over to her desk. She wrote for a moment. Then she looked up and out of the window into the gathering dusk before her. "I must just be sure of one or two things," she said. "Trust me, it's all right. First, this is your mother's name and address, isn't it?" And she repeated what she had written. "Yes," said Angelica. "And your late landlady's name and address?" Angelica gave it to her. "Have you any things there?" "Nothing that matters. I left a little I couldn't pack. I've a bag at Codrington. Here's the ticket." She fumbled in her purse. "She knew I was going." Julie couldn't help the questions. "And she did nothing? She didn't care?" "Oh, no," said Angelica. "She knew I hadn't any more money." "Good God!" swore Julie beneath her breath, and registered a vow. But there was no need to tell Angelica that. Only one thing that she could think of remained. "When will your mother perhaps grow anxious if she doesn't hear?" "I wrote yesterday, on Coolidge House notepaper. She won't expect to hear again for a week at least." Julie considered this. Then she turned. "Dear," she said, "now remember you are not to worry. Something may have to be done about this. I must think it over. Will you leave it entirely to me?" The white, drawn face turned imploringly towards her. "Don't let mother see me, matron," she begged. Julie set her lips. "I can promise you that, dear," she replied. Once more she scanned her paper. "Angelica?" "Yes, matron?" "I want you to give me, under the strictest secrecy, I will never use it except with your consent, the name of the man." I don't know, matron. The introductions were all mixed up. There was a big crowd, and I'd never seen him before. They weren't quite our set. Afterwards I couldn't ask." Julie did not comment upon that at once. She remained there, sitting at her desk. She visualized it as she sat, the pathetic little figure, ignorant of everything that mattered, carried completely away by the fun, more than a little intoxicated probably. The worldly, excited, heartless crowd, not quite our set. The man. She imagined him youthfully middle-aged, skilled, wise, cynical, veneered, and against him in the background, rose somehow the vision of the Lady Mother, whom she had seen once in the war, opening a bazaar. "Well, it doesn't matter," said Julie grimly. End of Part 4. Part 5. It did not matter. Maurice Sampson did not get in from an urgent call to Turton till close on 10 o'clock, but he came on at once, tired as he was. Julie met him in the hall and drew him into the study. Briefly she told him the story, suppressing little. "There was nothing else to be done, Doctor," she said, standing there tense across the flower from him. "Right or wrong. I won't keep you now. You must see her at once. Of course I don't know, but she's delirious tonight," she added. "Will you look in as you come down?" He nodded without a word and turned to the door. Her heart went out to him as he mounted the stairs. Beneath that keen intellectual face, weary as he was now, she had read the swift sympathy, the womanly tenderness. Angelica had indeed come to the right place. When he returned she had sandwiches and whisky ready for him. He glanced as he entered at the little supper spread daintily on the napkin and set on the table near the fire, but he did not comment upon it in words at once. Instead he walked to the desk and scribbled on paper. "Have the dispenser made that up at once, matron, please," he said. She took it and disappeared into the darkened, hushed house. There was a shaded light on the landing above, and she thought how, behind the shadows, the night-sister watched the tossing, fevered frame of the child upon whom had been visited the righteousness of her mother. Julie's brown hand clenched as she walked swiftly through the kitchen to the room of the nurse dispenser who would make up the prescription. When she returned, Sampson was eating. She sat down in silence and waited, watching him. He was famished, she saw. He finished at last, pushed his chair back, and rose. "Don't sit up, matron," he said. "What?" she cried in genuine astonishment. "Are you going up again? Is it serious, then?" "So serious," he said his hand on the door, "that I think we should wire the mother." Julie stared at him as he stood there, thinking desperately. Then she shook her head swiftly. "Doctor, it can't be done. I gave my word. But I will go and see her tomorrow and assure her the child is safe. If there is trouble, I will bear it." Maurice Sampson hesitated perceptibly. "We must not get the society into notoriety," he said. As in a flash Julie saw all that lay behind those words. Tender, sympathetic, lovable as he was, Maurice Sampson put before all his devotion to the cause. Nothing and nobody counted beside that. And curiously, she admired him for it. She thought swiftly. "At any rate, it is hardly possible tonight," she urged, pleading in her voice. He considered her. "No," he said at last, "it scarcely is. It would mean motoring to Codrington. Mine is the only motor, and I can't leave." Her mind caught at that. "Can't leave?" she asked. He shook his head. "She's poisoned with drugs and God knows what else," he said. "Poor ignorant child, and that walk was her last effort." Then with the first flash of passion she had seen in him, "My God, this is modern England. There are some that ought to pay for this." He turned and left the room. End of Chapter 10, Part 5. Chapter 11, Part 1 of Recompence by Robert Keable. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 11, Part 1. The train service from Codrington to town on a Sunday morning is not extensive. You may leave at 6:30 a.m. or 1:15 p.m., but if you leave in the afternoon you take an hour longer over the journey and stop at every station. Hence Julie bicycled into the sleepy little place while it was still scarcely light, and was knocking at number 19, Burley Square, soon after 10. Number 19 was as like numbers 1 to 20 as pea to peas in a pod. More like, in fact, for nature works as irregularly in individuals as she works true to type in the mass. It was like in its pretentious, small-souled, blatant ugliness, for architect and builder alike had been inhuman in their sociology. Study and dining-room were right and left of the porticoed pillared entrance, and out of study led breakfast-room through a partition usually kept closed. Below stairs, and as nearly as possible below ground, as at the top of them and as nearly as possible out of the house on the roof, dwelt those members of the lower classes whom Providence had designed to serve my lady. The curious inscrutability of Providence in the present difficulties connected with this arrangement was one of my lady's minor pieties. She did not lose faith. She only lifted her head a little more proudly, made a few more preposterous concessions to the power that has license to vex the righteous in this world, and bore her cross with a satisfaction that implied the richness of her future crown. The bell that Julie rang gave tongue only in the subterranean depths, and left her on the doorstep with just that foolish suspicion of doubt as to whether it had rung at all. That makes for a slight irritation in the unaccustomed caller. But the psychological effect of the bell, of the house, of the Victorian Square, and of the gravity of the empty London Sunday morning on her colonial humanity was profound. One might almost say profane. The matron of Andover Cross, Angelica's face haunting her, was in no mood to make concessions to Angelica's mother, and Miss Julie Gamelin of Natal was only not worrying in the least about what she was going to say, because her fiery, resolute mind was wholly decided in the matter. Her trim parlour-maid opened the door. Julie had, as has been said, bicycled to Codrington, and that early, and in no circumstances would she have looked the kind of person who called on her ladyship on Sunday morning at 10 o'clock, unless, that is, she was one of the numerous applicants for charity concerning whom precise standing orders had long since been given. My lady did not relieve at the door, and would only be approached through secretaries at stated hours. Julie's request, therefore, to see her ladyship brought an immediate and simple reply. "She's not at home," said the parlour-maid. The door commenced to shut. Julie accepted the statement literally, which the maid perceiving caused her at once to lose social status still more definitely. She had not bicycled to Codrington red-hot from unconscious Angelica's bedside for nothing. She proposed on this precise Sunday morning to make her guarded statement somewhere, and wipe number 19 Burleigh Square thereafter as completely as possible from her memory. And what Julie proposed to do, she usually did. She did not interpose her foot to stay the already just discernible movement of the door to close, but she spoke again with an authority that carried weight. Pleasantly enough, however, for she had no quarrel with the maid. "Oh dear! Well, I must see somebody and write a message. I fear it is absolutely imperative. I've come some distance on business that cannot be postponed, and the letter must be sent to her ladyship as quickly as is humanly possible." The maid surveyed her again from top to toe. The survey reassured her. "Her ladyship does not transact business on Sundays," she said. Julie smiled as one human being to another. "That," she said, "is of no importance. I want to do the transacting. I have news for her which she must receive, Sunday or her mind strove to find a more sacrosanct day than Sunday, and failed. Or any day. Unfortunately, the human being in the individual before her had long been hidden under a layer of superlatively trained parlour-maid. Julie's manner offended her. Nevertheless, Julie had a manner of speaking which, if unusual on the doorsteps of Burleigh Square, carried weight. "I'll go and see that Miss Stacy is informed," she said. "There's a waiting-room down the steps." The door began definitely to close. "Oh, one moment," said Julie, in another tone now. "And who is Miss Stacy?" "Private secretary. She will inform her ladyship if necessary." "That means that her ladyship is in the house. I misunderstood. You will kindly have her informed immediately, waking her, if she is asleep, that Miss Gamelin must see her at once on a private matter of the first importance, personal to her. She will not know my name. Say that I am matron of a hospital." The maid hesitated for a fraction of a second. Julie lifted her eyebrows. "Will you please come in, ma'am?" said the maid. The moral value of her victory was immense. She was shown into the study, with its 2 desks for my lady and her secretary, its books of reference, its framed groups of committees of societies, its ormolu clock and flanking ornaments, and its text. Julie read and reread the lovely words while she waited. "Pure religion and undefiled before God and the Father is this, to visit the fatherless and widows in their affliction, and to keep himself unspotted from the world." But unfortunately the study as a place of waiting did not at once occur to her ladyship still seated in the breakfast-room, and the partition was thin. The maid spoke deferentially, and Julie could not hear her, but she did hear her mistress. She could not help it. "Sparks, you forget yourself. This is Sunday morning, and I cannot see anyone." "Really? And what is the name?" "I do not know it. The matron of a hospital." And is this person in the waiting-room?" Julie smiled, unfeignedly amused, but she had time to cease to smile while she read and reread the text and the names of the books of references, looked out of the window, looked in again, overwhelmed by the Sabbatarianism of Burley Square, and heard church bells begin in the near neighbourhood. When at last the door from the hall opened, she was truly keyed to the conflict. "How do you do?" said her ladyship. "I understand you wish to see me. As a rule, I never see anyone on Sunday morning, and in any case I have very little time." Julie surveyed the imposing woman before her, and as she looked, all the bitterness, all the annoyance disappeared. She was overcome by a rush of pity. It did not in the least alter in her mind what she had come to say, but the spectacle of the futile pride and pomp that she expected to see so suddenly fall left in her nothing but commiseration. "May I sit down?" she said. "And won't you? I fear I have very bad news for you." The other sailed to her desk and seated herself behind it. Julie had suited action to her words, and as she could hardly bid her stand, she entrenched herself in the next strong position. She was interested more than alarmed. She had too great trust in Providence for that, and besides, her bankers, solicitors, and brokers were of the soundest. "Indeed," she said, "it must be of the greatest importance." Julie suffered the implied rebuke, but it spurred her to fence no longer. "I am the matron of a hospital," she said, "and last night we admitted your daughter, seriously ill." Her listener flushed. "And why?" she demanded. "Was I not informed at once?" "Unfortunately, we are in the depths of the country. It was not possible. And besides, the full seriousness of your daughter's condition only became apparent late in the night." The woman at the desk frowned. She picked up a pencil. "This is an extraordinary story. My daughter is staying at Coolidge House. I heard from her only yesterday. What in the world was she doing in the depths of the country? And why could not Sir John have phoned me?" Once again Julie's pity came uppermost. "I'm afraid," she said gently, "you have been misinformed. Personally, I would beg of you just now not to dwell on that. I am the matron of a maternity hospital." The pencil fell from the hand that held it with a little rattle. Otherwise there was silence. The blood drained from the haughty face at the desk, leaving it singularly pinched and angular in appearance. But only for a moment. It flooded back angrily. The lady rose sharply to her feet. "What ridiculous nonsense! There must be some mistake. My daughter! How dare you insult me in this way?" "Please sit down." Julie's voice was still gentle. "Of course it must be a great shock to you. But Angelica told me herself and gave me far too many details for mistake to be possible. And her underclothes are all marked." The lady did not sit. If anything, her colour deepened. The impertinence of this person! "But what is my daughter doing in a maternity hospital?" "Oh," said Julie, stung by the tone at last, "I thought you would understand. Your daughter is expecting a child very shortly." Even then her ladyship did not sit, but her hands gripped her desk. "A child? My daughter? You don't mean—" The two women looked at each other. Their eyes met, and so stayed. Julie's, little as she knew it, had knowledge and accusation written plainly in them. Her ladyship's probed and understood a little, and hardened into righteous indignation. And then she sat down. She took up her pencil firmly enough, though her fingers did tremble. "The name of the hospital?" she asked blankly. "I'm afraid I cannot tell you," replied Julie firmly. "What?" There was no escape from the explosion of the word. It rang in the room. To be defied in her own study at such a time by a person whom she already envisaged vaguely as in some obscure way responsible for this incomprehensible tragedy, with which nevertheless she must deal, was more than she could stand. "Yes," said Julie imperturbably, "I am afraid you have not yet realized the whole seriousness of the situation. Your daughter came to us in the last stages of exhaustion, penniless, on the verge of what may easily be a fatal premature confinement. It was impossible not to take her in, but I am sorry to say that she could only be temporarily quietened by a promise of secrecy. In some degree I have broken that by coming to you this morning, but we felt late last night that that was inevitable. For all that, the promise that she should remain in peace must be kept, at least till the child is born. I can promise you that she shall lack for nothing." Julie spoke at length and slowly to give her hearer time. She had indeed done so. The wrath and indignation of the proud, distorted nature before her had time to accumulate. It burst out. "Never in my life have I heard so preposterous a thing! Are you aware that my daughter is under age? I shall communicate at once with my solicitors. You will find, my good woman, that you are going a little too far. I am inclined to disbelieve every word of your story. Your insolence in coming here—" Julie raised her hand. "Stop," she said. "In the first place, you are talking of what you cannot do. You cannot keep me here by force, and the moment I leave this house, I am lost to you. In addition to that, your daughter is at a public hospital. You can be furnished with a medical certificate to the effect that any interference at all at the moment would endanger her life, and, if the facts were made public, public opinion would certainly justify our action." If the facts were made public, it was those words that completed the lady's defeat. Public opinion. She saw the story in the newspapers. Titled "Lady Philanthropist's Daughter Runs Away. Curious Legal Case. Birth of a Child." If the facts were made public. She rose, her hand moving to the electric bell in the desk. "Very well," she said, speaking with difficulty in her anger. "I understand. You may go. You will tell Angelica that I will never see her or hear from her again. She is no longer my daughter, nor shall she communicate with any of the family. I shall see to that. She has disgraced her name beyond all words. No doubt she will consider it a small thing, but she has also broken her mother's heart. To think that a daughter of mine should come to this! May God help me!" Already she was the injured woman, still devoutly submissive to a strange providence. For the life of her she could not help her conclusion. "Though he slay me," she quoted, "yet will I trust in him." Julie sprang to her feet, her eyes blazing. "Stop!" she cried again. "Do you understand that Angelica is possibly dying? Have you no heart for her? Poor, pitiful, broken child! Do you know I wept for her all last night? And, if you appeal to religion, isn't there something in the Bible about forgiving 7 times? Poor Julie! Her stumbling quotation that betrayed to the woman before her real ignorance of Scripture, her daring to judge, to condemn, to appeal to religion, in her case, completed the arming of the lady at all points. Her hand indeed still trembled, but she was once again president of rescue societies, chairwoman of philanthropic and evangelical committees. She drew herself up to her full height. "And who are you," she demanded, "to speak to me so? I should think it would be wise if you considered your own soul while there is time. I am aware of my duty as a Christian and as a member of society. You will go at once and deliver my judgment. I have stayed too long as it is. I may even be late for morning prayer." She pressed the bell firmly. It rang in the hall audibly, and the door opened almost at once. Sparks, expressionless, stood there. She had plainly been in attendance at a sufficient distance. "Show this woman out," said her ladyship. Julie looked from one to the other in frank amazement. The situation was completely beyond her simple and natural imagination. She even reached for her handbag, with a smile trembling on her lips. But as she passed out, the sight of Angelica's mother momentarily overcame her. She forgot Sparks, and she did not realize how fundamentally she hurt the woman to whom she spoke by that. "Morning prayer!" she cried, "when your daughter is dying? Well, I trust you will be in time to confess that you are a miserable sinner." Sparks did not visibly move a feature. It was another temporary triumph for the social system. But in the basement she subsided into a chair. "Called her a miserable sinner, she did. Sakes alive that I should have heard it. Oh, my early aunt, cook, you should have been there." For the social system is tottering to its fall. End of Chapter 11, Part 1. Chapter 11, Part 2 of Recompence by Robert Keable. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 11, Part 2. Julie found herself in the street, that is to say, in Burleigh Square on Sunday morning. It is true that sundry elegant gowns and frock-coats were passing leisurely on their way to morning prayer, but otherwise, left or right, nothing was visible, especially nothing that in the least met her need at the moment. She was aware that she was tired and hungry, and that in addition she had a sickness at heart which she could not easily have put into words. She walked slowly along considering, and then suddenly had an idea. Teeny was in town, stopping somewhere in Redcliffe Gardens. She had written down the address in case it was wanted over the weekend. She thought she remembered the number, 81, though she was not quite sure. Anyway, she might as well taxi to Teeny for sympathy and a cup of tea as eat in some Lions when it opened and waste her time till the train started. It was a wild goose chase for all that. She found her taxi at long last, was duly dropped in Redcliffe Gardens, climbed the stairs and watched it clatter away while she waited for her ring to be answered, and then found she had got the number wrong. She tried 71 and 91, and then made for 18, giving it up at last, more tired and more hungry than ever. Moreover, Redcliffe Gardens offered little more possibility of relief than Burley Square in those respects, when one couldn't remember one's friend's number. Standing disconsolately there, Fulham Road seemed to her more likely. She could take a bus to Piccadilly Circus and go to the German Court Hotel. She walked more quickly to the corner, but before she reached it, a bus came screaming up from Fulham. It swung round the corner out of her sight, but she ran after it. The crowd emptying from St. Mary's Catholic Church impeded her here, however, as it also filled all too quickly the empty seats. As she reached it, the conductor stretched out an obstructing arm and jerked his irritating little cord. Julie said, "Damn!" a little too audibly, and found a big policeman regarding her with a smile. She shrugged protesting shoulders at him. "When's the next, officer?" she asked. 20 minutes, mum, Sundays," he replied. "Can I get a taxi?" He stepped out into the road and glanced up and across the street to the rank. "It's empty just now, mum," he said. "It's a busyish time, but there may be one in a minute." Julia felt more tired with every disappointment. She glanced about her. The gateway into the church, now practically empty, suggested itself, and she turned to it. "I'll go into the church and wait," she said, "and repent of that damn," she added, smiling at the man. Leaving him to his broad grin, she entered, to be rather pleased with the stone-flagged passage running so far back from the road, and with the dim pillared vestibule into which it led her. She walked slowly in, looking for a chair, and it was then that she saw Peter. She knew him at once, and that she had made no mistake, though he was kneeling before a veiled crucifix with his back to her, and she thought him still in Spain. She caught her breath and stood arrested at the chance of it. But why was he here? Reckoning swiftly, she remembered that she had left him at Algeciras to wait for her P&O steamer home from Gibraltar. She had to wait 3 days, and the voyage had taken a week or so. Then the time had flown at Andover. Yes, he would have had 6 weeks and more in Spain, and might well have been content to return. But what was he doing now? She watched him. He was wearing an overcoat, from below which flannel trousers peeped out, and brogues, all unmistakably worn. He looked to be curiously commonplace as he knelt, this man who had figured so much in her life, whose years after all had been checkered so far out of the ordinary. She must of course speak to him. She should wait for him to finish. Why was the crucifix veiled with that faded ugly blue or purple? She could not make out which. Images about were veiled too. Silly to veil an image, and perhaps sillier to pray before the veil. She would ask him in a minute, as in old times. He stirred, rose, turned deliberately, and came towards her. She gave a little gasp of astonishment. Had he known that she was there? It looked almost like it, but next moment he was grasping her hand and shaking it. "Hello, Julie," he was saying softly. "Fancy you being here." "Fancy you," she retorted in the same argot. "When did you get back? Why didn't you write?" "Only arrived last night," he said. "I didn't wish to write from Spain, and I thought we should meet in town." "You had a hope," she said with a low laugh. "I'm only here by chance." He smiled back at her slowly. "Is there any such thing?" he said. "But never mind that. What are you doing now?" "I'm at a loose end. I go back to Andover Cross this afternoon. I just missed the bus. I was going to find luncheon somewhere." "How toppingly arranged. You wait half a minute while I ask leave to take you out to lunch. I won't be a second." Julie glanced round the practically empty church in amazement. "But you're not staying here?" she cried. He chuckled. "You funny old thing," he said. "I am, temporarily. With the fathers, that is. This is a Servite house, you know." "Indeed I didn't." Get along, though. I'll wait outside. Outside, however, she grew anxious. What if the wretched bus came before he did? There it was in sight. Well, here he was, coming out of a front door by the side of the church entrance. He wore a cloth cap and carried a stick. He was buttoning up his coat, and she could survey him more closely now as he came. And it was at that moment that she became aware of a change in him, or perhaps formulated a change that she had realized instinctively without being able to express it to herself in the church. He was the old Peter, more the old Peter than ever, but there was a new look in his eyes. "I was afraid you'd miss it," she cried. "Come on, if you do, there isn't another for 20 minutes. "I wouldn't care," said Peter. "I could stand on the pavement and talk to you for 20 minutes easily." "So," reported Julie, settled into a seat on the top of the bus, "you learned to pay compliments in Spain?" "Compliments? Not a bit of it. It's just the truth." "What did you learn in Spain, then? How did you get on?" Sitting half-turned towards him, her glance strayed back again and again to his face, especially to his eyes. Julie, knowing him so well, was immensely struck with the look in them. She tried to put it into words, but could not do so at all easily. It was not in the least any far-away, dreamy look. On the contrary, the mere mental suggestion made her feel that it was the exact opposite, a practical, alert look. But Maurice Sampson's eyes were also practical and alert, and those of Peter were not in the least like his. She felt that, in a sense, they were the key. They were the eyes of a person who sees clearly enough, but from another standpoint altogether than that of the ordinary. And as Peter talked, rattling on the top of a motor bus up the Fulham Road to Piccadilly, could that be beaten for the normal and commonplace? She understood. Spain, Julie, was wonderful. At every turn things opened up. I knew before I met Father Gerard that my feet were on the way of illumination, but he was the interpreter at the journey's end to make it plain. "Father Gerard? Who's he?" "He's one of the fathers there." Peter nodded his head back towards St. Mary's. "He was visiting some of the Servite houses in Spain on business, and I met him in Toledo. It was very strange and delightful. I went into the cathedral and sat down in the shade of it, not praying, but just sitting there because I was hot and tired. Then suddenly I knew that I had reached an end. I knew that I had come as far as I was to come, alone. I turned round as I sat. Father Gerard was coming up the aisle, and as I moved he looked at me. He came straight up to me then and held out his hand." Peter chuckled to himself with an amazingly contented happiness speaking plainly in the sound. Julie smiled in unison, though she could see nothing to smile at. "You extraordinary creature! What's the joke?" "The joke?" He turned and looked at her, laughter written on his face. "Oh, there isn't a joke. Only it's all so simple and splendid. One has to laugh somehow. Of course he was looking for me." "Looking for you? Had you met him before?" "Oh, no. But our Lord arranges these things, you see. I was led to Toledo, and Father Gerard just came in to take me over, just as you were led to St. Mary's this morning, and I turned and found you there. I mightn't have seen you again if that had not happened." Something like fear caught at Julie's heart. She stretched her hand out and took his, indifferent to the other occupants of the bus. "Peter, Peter!" she cried. "Yes? What is it, dear?" Meeting his eyes again, she could not put her fear into words. Swiftly she reviewed exactly the series of thoughts that had swept through her mind. First, that he was a little mad. Then, banishing that, the realization that, although she sat next to him and they both spoke in English, Peter and she were in different worlds, and on the top of that, a tag of remembrance. There is a great gulf fixed. And on that she had snatched at his hand to bridge it, snatched, and as their eyes met, achieved what she desired. For despite everything, she knew the gulf was bridged between them, that they were linked by some chain that would never be broken. She tried to put it into words. "You made me frightened suddenly. When you talk like that, it is exactly as if you speak another language. And you never used to talk so. You speak in a way like a man possessed, if such things were possible, as if you were millions of miles away from me, although you are on the seat next me. That's why I caught your hand. But when you look at me, I feel as if we were still friends." He nodded. "More than friends, Julie," he said happily. "I told you in Natal. I know it 10 times more surely now, and yet—" He stopped abruptly, and she saw that his eyes grew very tender. "What?" "What is it? Do say," she urged. He twisted his hand over, making a little stroking movement on her palm with his fingers that she could feel through her glove. "No, dear, not yet. This is not the moment." The bus swayed round the corner to South Kensington Station and drew up with a grinding of brakes at its halt. The movement recalled them. "Well," said Peter, "and how are you getting on?" "Splendidly, Peter. I believe you love what we're doing. And it's so amusing, too, sometimes." "Topping. All the things worth doing leads to laughter. Tell me." "Peter, why, I believe they do. You odd boy, how did you learn that? Yet how could one laugh over Angelica?" she added, half to herself. "You've got me now. Who's Angelica?" Julie told her. Leaning back on the swaying bus, up Brompton Road and Knightsbridge and Piccadilly, she told him the story, omitting nothing relevant, watching his face. When she came to Sampson's verdict, the tears stood quite openly in his eyes, but a little smile of gladness flickered about his lips. "Tell me why you smile." "Oh, because she's come home. Because she's got you and dear old Teeny Melville and this Sampson fellow, who's a sort of big baby himself, really." "A baby?" "Yes, of course. So serious over his science. I can see him. And you sent along to mother him back to humanity somehow. Oh, it's as plain as a pikestaff." "Peter, honestly, you see it like that?" "Of course. Good Lord, how blind you all are. And Angelica, poor kiddie, she'll find peace. Lucky Julie. It's a great thing to bring peace to anyone." "I don't always. Listen." And she told him of her morning's work in Burleigh Square. When she finished, Peter was staring out up Piccadilly. He drew a deep breath. "My God!" he exclaimed. "I used to visit Burleigh Square. Not there. I think we were a little too high church for her ladyship, low as we were. But that type of person, that religion. No, Julie, I can't laugh now, except at you and your miserable sinner." Miserable sinner! Good God, Julie, the girls that walk the streets at night are nearer Christ by a whole purgatory than that poor woman. Almost one wonders, but that's not my job. Well, God has saved Angelica from that." Julie had a flash of irritation. "You talk of God these days, Peter, as if you understood him." "Understood him? Good heavens, Julie, what do you take me for? I don't understand the first thing about him, scarcely, or about his plans, of which life is a part. No one does, Catholics least of all." "You are a Catholic, then, now?" "I was received in Spain." "But surely Catholics think they understand him?" Once more merriment bubbled up in Peter's face. "Good Lord, no. We've got a bigger difficulty to face than any of you. Why in the world he continues to give grace to Protestants and Eugenists, Julie? Why in the world you are not all Catholics, seeing what he does for you, and how he can continue to tolerate us for whom he has done so much, and who are so damned ungrateful?" She did not smile. "You're playing with words, Peter," she said, as the bus stopped. They climbed down, and in the circus Peter took her arm and continued. True, it was Sunday morning, but it was the circus for all that, and she walked across it, listening to Peter, and wondering if she were awake. "You see," he said earnestly, "we don't understand him, but we know him. We know that all love, and all grace, and all gladness, and all good in the world is God, and all but a little part of what he is too. He is the sun, and the moon, and the stars. The world walks in the night by the light of the stars. We walk by day in the light of the sun. But it's the same light. We see the source more plainly, that's all. I suppose we are nearer, immensely by our standards, infinitesimally by his. I suppose we can see more of the qualities of light, and we are certainly much better off for purposes of investigation. But, why, in some ways you actually score. You can look up at the stars, but we see enough to know that we cannot even raise our eyes to the sun shining in his strength." Julie drew a deep breath. Surreptitiously almost, her eyes travelled over him, from his cloth cap to his battered brogues, to his gloveless hands and the rough ash-plant he carried. She knew that she had never loved Peter as she loved him now that he was already plainly entering upon that heritage of great things that she had foretold for him. And she knew that more than that had come true. In her heart she was worshipping him, and for him no sacrifice would ever now be hard. They came to the door of the hotel. "This will do," she said. "They know me here. We can lunch and sit afterwards looking on to Piccadilly." "Right," he said unconcernedly. She was secretly amused. They had a little table by the window to themselves, and the dining-room was not very full. But when Peter's greatcoat was off, the waiter glanced superciliously at his deplorable Norfolk jacket and his flannel trousers. Peter seemed serenely indifferent. Indeed, it was perfectly plain that he was even unaware of scrutiny. And that was not the least change that had come over him. She knew well enough that once it had been he who had watched her for colonial solecisms. Once he had taken note of her dress and gravely considered his own. Now, if she had eaten with her knife and worn gingham, she doubted if he would have noticed. She had needed no proof, but if she had needed, she had one of his complete sincerity in this. "Coffee?" she asked in the lounge, close up to the window, through which, looking down, one could see the circus, as she had said. "Thanks. Black or white?" He glanced at her hand holding the cream jug. "Oh, white," he said, obviously on the impulse. And this was the Peter who had considered white coffee an insult to a good meal. "Well now," she said, "tell me about Spain." "Yes, I've been wondering however I can. You see, if I were to try and tell you everything, we should be here for hours. And if I told you the tourist things, I shouldn't tell you anything at all, really. Of course, I went to Ronda. Oh, my dear, the gorge by moonlight. You can't imagine. A great drop cut sheer between the two halves of the town, that itself is a fortress standing up clean out of the Vega, encircled by mountains. A drop spanned by ancient bridges, and you stand on them and see the moonlight lost in the depths and in the mists of the river below. And then Granada. The Alhambra is wonderful, up to its reputation, which is so much more than most sights. But the general life, that is the dream of Granada. It's just a garden of Omar Khayyam exactly. You can hear sultan after sultan passing in his pride, and the wild asses of tourists like you and me stamp on Bahram's head, and he lies fast asleep." "Go on," cried Julie, a little breathlessly. "Well then, Seville. You have to disentangle Seville. It's a flourishing city. I found a view from across the river, and a little convent that's part of the real story." "Tell me." "In a moment. Then I went on to Cordoba. Imperial Rome is still there. There's a milestone over the bridge that has told passers-by for 2,000 years how far it is to the capital. Then, Madrid. Pizarro's sword held me there. He climbed the Andes with that in his hand, and saw the Pacific, and set it cross-hilted in the sun on the edge of the unknown. Talk of a true fairy tale, I could have kissed the blade. And then Toledo, the cathedral. Of course it's just the Catholic Church in miniature, austere, ornate, poor, rich, imperial, republican, old, young, dead, alive, a dream of beauty, and a person at whose feet one falls as though dead." Julie perceived that he was already far away from the tourist things. She glanced into teeming Piccadilly. There was a glint of sun on Eros, and flowers beneath. What magic the boy had! She had never understood before. "But I'd rather tell you the steps, Julie. They're so definite to me, one by one, as I was able to bear them. After you left me in Algeciras, I took the first." "Yes?" She did not follow what he meant, but what matter? "Yes, you took the afternoon ferry. When you were gone, I climbed up the hill through the town to get a view of the rock, and see your boat arrive. In the plaza is the parish church. There were weeds growing green among the stones of its face, and the door stood wide open. Naturally, I went in out of the sunlight, and I saw that the altar, the quaintest monstrosity, was a blaze of lights. The sacrament was exposed in a kind of window-box that had a Venetian blind shutter to run up and down. There were perhaps a dozen people praying. I went in and knelt down. It was very still. Suddenly there was a clatter in the porch. Horrible, hobnail boots on the stone. I turned to look, though nobody else took the slightest notice. 2 little boys, one 5, perhaps one 10, came running, Julie, up the centre aisle. They clattered past me, through the choir, nobody attempted to stop them, into the sanctuary, up the steps, up to the footpace of the altar itself, with the sacrament there above them. The elder had led the younger by the hand. Now he pulled the baby down on its knees, where he played with the red carpet. He himself, genuflected, went down on both knees, put his tousled head in his hands on the marble of the step. Then he jumped up like a jack-in-the-box, stood on tiptoe, picked up the altar-cloth a little, and kissed it twice. Another bob, and he was putting the baby to its feet. He was made to genuflect, all askew, you know. Then clatter, 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 out they went. And I saw a Venetian blind rolled up inside me. Dear old Louise, I said a prayer for her at once. Julie did not speak. She sat and watched him. She was aware of a curious mixture of love and amazement, for she saw what he meant, but understood no word of it. He might almost have forgotten her as he went on. Rhonda came next. I stayed a day or two and wandered about at all hours. I see now I was searching for something. Heavens, the job it was! I wasn't so used to it then. I went down to the Vega and climbed up again. I heard mass in the parish church. I wandered out down the old road. I peeped in at the dim Moorish doorways through which one gets glimpses of exquisite colour and shape in ancient courtyards. I could find nothing. Then the third day, rather nice that, Julie, I went for a long walk up the valley. I came back very tired in the heat, for it was quite hot there, and dusty, by the winding Moorish road into the lower town, and I got lost. I stumbled on by crowded whitewashed houses, in and out of little squares, up and down on the cobblestones, and suddenly I saw a tree leaning over a turning. I took it. It led to a small triangular bit of ground enclosed by a high blank wall, a church, and the houses the other side of this lane. There was trampled grass and an old tree or so in the triangle. The church looked shut, but I was very tired and it was getting dusk, and I thought I would go and see if I could get in. The door was not locked. I pushed it open. Inside it was almost too dark to see anything, but queer carved gilded stone tombs and suggestions of altars and shadowy coloured statues and a beaten sheet of copper for a font glimmered a little. I sank down on an oaken bench till the light over the altar grew brighter. As it brightened just that little, such rest as I had never dreamed of came in upon me like a strong man armed. There aren't words for it, of course. It was like a presence. I struck a match in the porch to see the title of the church. It was Our Lady of Peace. So I was able to go on to Seville with Jesus and Mary. It was they, I suppose, who made the trams and modern shops and busy streets so amusing. I wasted time in Seville, as it were. The feeling that I could do so was so delicious. But at last I went to see a little convent with a queer history. A nobleman of the 16th century had founded it, after a life of dissipation and rowdiness which culminated in the plague, and as nearly as possible in his death. After that he built a hospital, endowed it with all that he possessed, and used himself to go out by night and pick up the wretched dying beggars and carry them in. There's a picture of him doing it in the chapel, he just becoming aware of the angel who helps him. It's like a Rembrandt, the dirty dark streets, the beggars' filthy rags, the gleam of the angel on the wall. He's buried in a little crypt under the altar. It's a sisterhood now, and so quaint. A little cloister round a garth set with flowers. There was an old stork on one leg against the blue on one of the ridges of the roof, and nuns with great flappy hats who lead you to the chapel. There are masterpieces in it, protected with blinds, and the Mother Superior, who was praying there, herself ran up the blinds and showed me the pictures. Then she took me into the crypt and showed me the tomb. She was a wonderful Spanish lady. His life goes on, she said simply, in our work and prayers. And I saw for the first time what life meant. At Cordoba I got the last and oddest lesson. At least, it wasn't really at Cordoba. Outside the town is a little village that's not in the guidebooks, though I was guided there. I can't tell you all the story, it'd take too long, but of all the odd places... He laughed at the recollection, staring at Julie without seeing her. There's a high wall enclosing a religious house, I suppose, a garden and a church, and you go in through a little gate into a kind of cloister leading to the church door. Well, the walls of that cloister are plastered, literally plastered, with the most absurd pictures you ever saw. There are motor accidents and train smashes and bicycle catastrophes and sick beds and flooded rivers and sinking steamers, mostly drawn with about as much knowledge of art as, say, I have. In every one is Our Lady of Fuensanta pulling the artist out of the smash or the accident. Mixed up with these are crutches galore and wax models of parts of the human body, some quite improper, and a stuffed crocodile. Why the crocodile, God knows, unless Our Lady saves somebody from him. The dates run from 1690. the earliest I could see, to last year. In the church are more plaques on the walls, and one was in English, recording how our punch artist thanked God and Our Lady of Fuensanta for escape while boating on the Guadalquivir. An old lady was trying to trim and light the sanctuary lamps, stumping about, and the wind kept blowing out her matches. I lit them for her, and when she was gone, I sat down and laughed till I cried at the simplicity of truth and the foolishness of wisdom. I went on next day to Madrid, and as quickly as I could to Toledo. I knew that would be the end. You see, I saw in that village church that God still works miracles in the Catholic Church as simply as he ever did, and I knew that one would happen at Toledo. It did. Father Gerard was waiting for me. He showed me that everything homes in the Catholic Church, and I just walked in. He finished. Julie turned away her head and looked out of the window. Suddenly Peter leaned forward. "Why, Julie," he exclaimed, "don't cry." "I'm not. It's all right. Only... Well, and what are you going to do now?" Peter's face grew suddenly very solemn. "I'm going to try my vocation with the Carthusians," he said soberly. Julie stifled a little sob. "The Carthusians? Who are they? I'm sorry, I don't know." "It's a religious order. I don't know that I really stand a chance. They're so strict, and the rule is unusual. But Father Gerard is sure. I can't go against him. Besides, I think he may be right. If I have a vocation, I shall pass there, God willing, to the way of union." "Oh, Peter, talk to me that I can understand." He surveyed her gravely. Then, "When you saw me this morning, I was praying before the veiled crucifix, for it's Passion Week." "Yes, I meant to ask you why. It seems silly." "Silly? I don't understand. Never mind. Well, Julie, when first I knew you, I never perceived, so to speak, that the crucifix was there at all. My eyes were set on other things. I had to have a spiritual surgical operation, a long one. You helped it through its final stages on the Berg and in Grays. When I got over it, I was illuminated. I saw the crucifix then. Now I see it there. I know it there. But the outline is still veiled for me. See? And next, God willing, the veil will be taken away." "I see. That is, I see what you mean. And what will you do among these Carthusians?" "Oh, pray. Mostly pray. You work a bit too in your garden and study, but mostly you pray." "I see," said Julie again, seeing this time not at all. "One's parish is the world," he added, smiling at her. Peter saw her off at Paddington. She got a corner in a smoker and shut the door, he standing cap in hand on the platform. "Well, Julie darling," he said, "good-bye. What I wanted to say was that I don't expect to see you again down here. It's no matter. We shall never forget each other, and we'll meet next wherever it is planned. By Jove, it will be jolly." "But what am I to do, Peter? What am I to do?" "My dear, carry on. Go right on. Don't fear and don't shrink. You can't escape God if you are true to yourself. That is all. Good-bye." The train began to move. "Good-bye, good-bye," cried Julie. "Peter, don't forget." "Never, never. Understand?" Peter was following the compartment. "You carry on, and it will be all right. Good-bye. God bless you." "Good-bye, Peter, good-bye. Pray for me, Peter." It was wrung from her, that cry. She meant it, whether Peter is right or wrong as to what it ultimately will mean. And as the train took the curve, there he was, waving his ridiculous stick, his cloth cap on his head. End of Chapter 11, Part 2. Chapter 11, Part 3 of Recompence by Robert Keable. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 11, Part 3. A mile out of Codrington she had to light her lamp and bicycle on in the dark. The gloom of a damp day in the country that had been neither really wet nor decently fine lay heavy on field and tree, and the hills that the car ran lightly up and down that first day of her arrival were monstrous and wearying now. At the top of the last she stood a while to recover her breath, leaning heavily on her handlebar. She could hear a little occasional patter of drops of moisture on fallen leaves, and once the snap of a twig as some woodland creature broke it. There was not a light visible. Cottages, indeed, were scattered about not so far away, but she might have been anywhere for any sign there was of human life, save that country road that ran on and on before her. She wondered what Peter Graham would have made of that. He would, she supposed, see it in some fantastic meaning, some leading of God. She smiled ruefully, but tenderly, in the darkness, and pushed her machine forward to mount. She was hardly in the saddle, the crossroad in sight if it had been day, when she heard wheels and the lights of a trap passed across the top of her road ahead of her. It came from Turton-on-the-Hill, and she guessed instantly that Geoffrey Platner was returning from his evening service there. Her heart sank a little. She could not bear with him tonight. Then she remembered Peter's words, and had an instant's reproach. The clergyman was in the habit of dropping in for supper when he went to Turton-on-the-Hill, though she had forgotten that this was the Sunday, and Teeny, with her unfailing kindliness, had made it a kind of rule. Teeny was away. Anyhow, she was matron. She turned the corner of the lane and easily overtook him without any extra effort on the downgrade. He peered from the trap. "Good evening, Mr. Platner," she called cheerily. "Why, matron, is it you? Where have you been?" "London. Coming in?" "May I? I'd love to." His voice came back to her as she ran past the horse. A little later she wheeled her machine up to the front door and rang for a maid. Ellen came. "Oh, Ellen," she said, "Mr. Platner's coming in. I passed him on the hill. Is Mr. Sampson here?" "No, matron, not just now, but he's coming later." "How is the young lady?" "She's very bad, matron, but she's quieter now. Doctor was with her all the morning. Sister Henson is there now." "Thanks. Will you take the bicycle, Ellen, and will you serve supper for two in the drawing-room? I haven't had any. Show Mr. Platner in there when he comes. I'm just going to change." The clergyman usually arrived too late for the ordinary evening meal at Andover Cross, and it was customary to serve him with a cold supper on a wheeled table in the drawing-room. It was cosier there, and except for Teeny, Julie, and Mr. Sampson, no one used it, as Sunday nights were as a rule a great time in the music-room, whither everybody usually adjourned later on. Julie then ran hastily upstairs to Dr. Melver's room, slipped out of her clothes, washed her face and hands, got into an evening blouse with satisfaction, and hesitated a minute at the dividing door which led to what was properly her own room. Then she turned the handle gently and peeped in. The nurse by the bedside looked up warningly, smiling reassured, however, when she saw who it was. Julie entered soundlessly and approached the bed. Angelica lay breathing heavily. She was wearing one of Julie's own night-dresses, the soft silk cut low at the neck. Julie noticed with momentary surprise how thick was the red-gold hair that stretched in its plait on the pillow, and caught the glimmer of light that escaped the shaded lamp by the bedside. The face was marble white, except that little blue veins showed up against the pallor of it where the hair was drawn back on the forehead, and behind the ear that Julie could see as she lay on her side. One arm lay outside the blue coverlet, and the little hand looked somehow aristocratic and fragile, lying listlessly there on the coloured stuff. The third finger still wore pathetically the wedding ring that had been conventionally necessary with a landlady, who was nevertheless the last person to be deceived by it. "How is she?" whispered Julie. The nurse did not reply in words. As one professional to another, she slightly shrugged her shoulders, and Julie understood. She stood a moment watching. Then impulsively she bent over the child and lightly kissed her cheek. Geoffrey Platner was warming himself by the cosy fire as she entered the drawing-room. He got up as she came in. "Why, matron, you look dog-tired." "Do I? I've had a long day. How are you?" "Oh, well, another Sunday over, thank God." There was such a comic mixture of gratitude and ruefulness in the tone that she smiled. "As bad as all that?" she queried. "Pretty well, especially tonight. The Hill's worst of all my free places, you know. The good folks still remember the ministrations of an evangelical Victor and expect me to save their souls." "When you can't save your own?" "When I'm extremely dubious I've got one to save." Supper was in, and Julie knew herself hungry as she saw the eggs, ham, cold chicken, and salad. She turned to the table. "Oh, well," she laughed, "we've both bodies, and I'm precious hungry. Let's eat first, Mr. Plattner, and discuss souls afterwards." But a little later she set down her wine-glass to watch him finish. "What an odd world it is," she said half jocularly. "Today I've met a soulless woman who insisted that my soul was in jeopardy, an ex-parson whom most good people would damn most heartily if they knew about him, but who is more sure of the existence of souls than he is of policemen on point duty, and a clergyman actively engaged in parochial work who is dubious whether I have a soul at all." "Oh, I say," protested Plattner, "I said nothing about yours. I merely questioned the existence of my own." "But surely it's a case of all or none." "I suppose one would think so, but I've given up being dogmatic on any point. There are the sensations of the moment and the Book of Common Prayer. I admit the stupidity of the latter, but it's my job to read it, and some folks seem to like it. I don't suppose it does them any harm. For the rest, I'm now warmed and fed, and I'm extremely grateful to Matron." Julia pushed back her chair. "Come to the fire, Mr. Plattner." He rose and followed her, feeling for his pipe. "I may smoke, may I?" "Rather. Have you a cigarette?" "Thanks. Now sit over there and talk to me. I want you to. I was joking in a way just now, but not altogether. I've said good-bye today, probably forever, to a very dear friend, a man who once would have married me, whom I refused. I knew today that I was right those years ago. He's gone to be some sort of monk, a Carthusian, he said, whatever that may be. He's as convinced about it as I have ever seen anyone convinced about anything, but convinced in a way that I don't understand in the very least. If I did not know him very sane, I should believe him mad. Now you too are a clergyman. You know what you're talking about, though no one less like a clergyman I never met. Tell me honestly, do you believe in God?" The man's blue eyes had been upon her the moment she began to speak seriously. They met hers frankly now, but a flicker of amusement crossed them. "Thanks for the compliment." "What compliment?" "That you had never seen anyone less like a clergyman." Julie laughed. "Well, now we're being polite. Come, Mr. Plattner, can a woman, bank on God?" "You didn't say that, but it's shrewd. Believe in, bank on? Yes," he mused. "It should be the same thing." "Well, honestly now, Mr. Plattner, I don't know that I shall accept your verdict, but I should like to know what you think. Can one believe in God?" "In the God of any recognized orthodox religion, Matron? No." "The Christian God?" "In an eternal Father patiently and lovingly sitting aloft and accepting sacrifice for the forgiveness of sins? No." "Then you live for nothing but the sensations of the moment." The scorn in her voice might have seemed rude to a lesser man, but Geoffrey Plattner was bigger than that. He smoked quietly and watched her for a while. Then he spoke abruptly. "Have you got a Browning?" "Yes. Why?" "Matron, may I read to you? I would like to read you Saul. I will not say that I even believe it at all. I will confess that I fail horribly to live up to it. But I think Browning has an answer for us. Let him say it. It is possible that the sensations of the moment, the stars, the stone, the flesh, the soul, the clod, may be God. Unnamed, unknown, but enough to bank on, Matron. Will you give me the book?" He settled himself under a lamp and read. She got back into the shadows. "Said Abner, At last thou art come. Ere I will tell, ere thou speak." Was this Geoffrey Plattner? She looked at him in astonishment. She had never heard reading like it. The man's whole face and manner was transfigured. David was indeed speaking. She saw him kneel to the God of his fathers, run over the sand burnt to powder, pull up the obstructing spear, enter the blackness, see something more black than the blackness. Then a sunbeam that burst through the tent roof showed Saul. He read on and on. Julie was carried utterly away. Song after song leaped into her heart. She caught her breath, even, tears standing in her eyes, as the great voice reading hushed itself into wondering, tender awe. I looked up to know if the best I could do had brought solace. He spoke not, but slow lifted up the hand slack at his side, till he laid it with care, soft and grave, but in mild settled will, on my brow. Through my hair the large figures were pushed, and he bent back my head with kind power, all my face back, intent to peruse it, as men do a flower. The reader moved in his chair. His voice changed. It had a new ring in it. Then the truth came upon me. Julie had never read that poem with understanding. I but opened my eyes, and perfection, no more and no less, in the kind I imagined, full fronts me, and God is seen God, in the star, in the stone, in the flesh, in the soul and the clod. And thus looking within and around me, I ever renew, with the stoop of the soul which is bending upraises it too, the submission of man's nothing perfect to God's all complete, as by each new obeisance in spirit I climb to his feet. The door opened gently, and Samson looked in. The reader did not hear him. Julie made a little gesture, and he nodded back eagerly. He slipped into a chair that was half in shade, and Julie, her mind wandering a moment, took in yet again the weariness, the pain, and yet the strength of the face turned in profile towards her, resting on a hand, tired. Her thoughts raced as she looked at him. Peter, gone with a smile to his unknown destination. Morris, thrust into her life with the utter burden of his, the hopelessness of it. And then, like a lash, the reader's voice, raised a little, cut across her consciousness. What mattered it that she had missed the context? "'Tis the weakness in strength that I cry for, my flesh, that I seek in the Godhead. I seek, and I find it. O Saul, it shall lie a face like my face that receives thee. A man like to me thou shalt love and be loved by for ever. A hand like this hand shall throw open the gates of new life to thee. See the Christ stand." How then would it end, the sublime poem, the secret message? I know not too well how I found my way home in the night. No, no, how should one? This thing, cleaving the night, left one dazed, dazzled. She stooped a glance at Morris. He did not move. What was Geoffrey Plattner reading? E'en the serpent that slid away silent, he felt the new law. The same stared in the white humid faces upturned of the flowers. The same worked in the heart of the cedar, and moved the vine bowers. And the little brooks witnessing, murmured, persistent and low, with their obstinate, all but hushed voices, E'en so, it is so. None of the three moved for a little. Then Plattner closed the book and put it down, still silent. Samson roused himself. "If I had your voice, Plattner— but there, that's mean. Thank you for a great treat." "If one can only always remember," said the other sadly. "E'en so, it is so," cried Judy suddenly out of the shadow. Both men started and turned to look at her. Her eyes shone. End of Chapter 11, Part 3. Chapter 12, Part 1 of Recompence by Robert Keable. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 12, Part 1. Julie slept soundly, being emotionally tired out. It was thus not at once that the night sister succeeded in awakening her in the early hours. When she saw the sister's face, however, her mind became alert quickly enough with the trained facility of years. "Yes, what is it, sister?" "Matron, the girl is dying. She wants you. Come at once." Julie sat up in bed. "At once," repeated the sister. "Mr. Sampson is holding back an injection." Without a word, Julie sprang out of bed, crossed the floor, and entered the next room in her nightdress. The situation at once explained itself to her. Angelica lay propped up a little with pillows, her eyes shut, her arms stretched out on the coverlet before her. On one side sat the surgeon, his left hand on his patient's pulse, his right out of sight among the shadows with a deliberation obvious to Julie. His face turned to her door as she came swiftly in. She had left him the evening before to sleep on a couch in the study. He did not speak, but Julie understood the message of his eyes. She had not long. On the further side of the bed, between it and the small round table that held the ruby-shaded lamp, a medicine glass, a bottle, and the book that the night nurse had hastily placed face downwards on her patient's awakening stood on a low cane chair. Julie moved quietly but quickly over to it and sat down. In both of her own she took the girl's other hand. Angelica opened her eyes, saw Julie, and smiled. "Oh, matron," she said dreamily in a whisper, "how nice of you to come. I've been asleep." "Happy dreams, dear?" questioned Julie gently, smiling down on her. "Ever so happy, and I'm so comfortable, but I don't properly remember getting here." "Well, that doesn't matter, does it? Don't worry. Your friends aren't going to let you go anyway." The girl smiled again faintly at her. "No," she said contentedly. Then, with a little flicker of humour, "Even the doctors are so kind." Julie wondered what part of her story that pitiful little reference hid, but she would never know. "We shouldn't keep him if he weren't, you know," she said. There fell a little silence. The eyes closed once more. After a few minutes Julie glanced inquiringly at Samson, but he shook his head. Before she could look back, the girl herself surprised them by speaking again without other movement. "I never said my prayers, nurse," she whispered. "Mother will be cross." The mind was wandering back down the corridors of time, Julie guessed, half forgetful of the present. How the little sentence conjured up the childhood of the girl before her. She pressed her hand gently. "No, no, dear. Mother isn't here. She won't know. She won't be cross." Angelica opened her eyes at that. This time it was plain to the watchers that the enemy was stealing back on the patient's consciousness. There was a shadow of fear, of delirium in her face, and both knew how soon pain would follow, how quickly it would be necessary to deliver the frail spirit. "Oh, but she will know," cried Angelica in her faint voice. "She always knows. Say my prayers for me, nurse, please, please." "Angelica," said Julie firmly, "don't worry, dear. Sleep, will you? Sleep. Sleep." Her voice steadied the wavering mind. "You're sure it will be all right?" "Quite all right. You sleep, that's all. Sleep. Sleep." "You won't leave me?" Sleepily. "No, of course not. I'll stay and hold your hand. Sleep now, dear. Sleep. Sleep." Both thought that the reiteration had worked its charm. The eyelids fluttered down, and the child gave a little sigh of content. But a moment later she moved slightly, and next instant a swift shudder quivered through the slim body outlined before them. Once again the eyes were wide, but this time staring into the shadows, big with fear, conscious of at least the approach of pain. "Oh!" she cried. "Oh! Oh!" Samson's face changed. He bent quickly forward and peered into his patient's face. Then he leaned back. His right hand came up. Julie caught the glimmer of glass and metal. He laid the arm back on the coverlet and stood up. "There, there, darling," said Julie. "It's all right, dear. I promised you no pain." With her free hand she smoothed the hair back gently on the hot forehead, bending forward to do so. A flicker of relief passed across the other's eyes. "Ah," she breathed. Then, "I know, and to be quiet, matron." "Of course, dear." "Kiss me." Julie leaned right over her now and put her lips to Angelica's. She felt them press her own ever so weakly, with a little flutter, and be still. "Miss Gamelin," said Maurice Sampson in his ordinary tone, "will you call Sister Henson at once? She will not again be conscious. We may save the child. We must take the chance for what it is worth. Nurse, get her ready as quickly as you can." Julie turned and left without a word. Down the corridor she went to Sister Henson's room with a grave, set face. She had seen Death too often to have much dread of his approach, and if there was an element of the unusual in this, it was not of that she thought now. But she knew that she watched the end of as criminal a sacrifice as ever had been made. Samson was right, and Evercross was largely a mere alleviation of what never ought to be. In its own way it was like the war, she thought. Even the mother, with her grim, prudish creed, was not wholly to blame, any more than the Kaiser or anyone else who might have been the more immediate cause of the war. No, it was the system that was wrong, and systems within the system. Almost unconsciously as she went, Judy pledged herself to do whatever lay within her power to right that wrong. But, as in the war too, there was instant action to take, holding up thought. She knocked and entered Sister Henson's room, and wakened her. She went back to the sick room, where already was subdued bustle and activity, with the obstetrician to speak with her at the door, in his white overalls already. "You can do nothing, matron. It's not your job. Go back to bed. Heavens, you're still in that thin nightdress." "I'll put on a wrap. I'm sure I can't sleep. I'll wait in the study. If I can do anything, call me, won't you?" He nodded, and the door closed on her. She went on to Teeny's bedroom and slipped into a dressing gown, brushing her hair too. Then down to the study, lighting a lamp, sitting down for a little, listening, then rising to make ready a spirit stove and set on a kettle. She could have tea ready at least for the workers upstairs. She smiled to herself a little grimly as she did it. It was queer being a matron, and not on the professional side of things, in a way. She realized that it made a big difference, that somehow one had a more human interest in all the patients, and in the staff too. But how slowly the minutes went. She could hear feet moving on the floor above her, and once the door opened and she went quickly to her own. But it was only one of the nurses, going methodically to a bathroom. She came back, and the door closed again. There had been no sound within while it had been open. Her mind switched, for no reason particular that she knew, to Peter Graham. He would be asleep in that queer church, or at least in the house attached to it. She speculated vaguely as to his room, with nothing better to help her than memories of romances and of Longfellow and the poets. A stone cell with a little slit of a window, and a bare wooden bed. Surely not in modern London. Then what could it be? A sort of servant's bedroom? And then suddenly the wailing began above. It rose and fell, monotonous, penetrating, and she listened intently. Then she breathed a sigh of relief. That was not the crying of conscious pain. Her experience taught her that. But it foretold the end, probably. There might be soon the first cry of new life that she had learned to recognize since she came to Andover Cross. What would they do with the baby? She supposed they would have to communicate with the family, and even that grim figure under the text in Burleigh Square could hardly refuse the fatherless and motherless in its affliction. But poor baby, how much better if it were refused. She had a little spasm of revolt and anger at the thought of it. Grandmother would be cross if it did not say its prayers. It would be whipped for asking questions. Would it ever even know the name of the girl-mother? If so, with what unnatural and secretly repudiated shame? And then there, what chance would it have born so, brought up so? If the car of Juggernaut with religion and society for its wheels had rolled crushingly over the mother, how would the child escape? Then, as the light of earliest dawn glimmered pallid behind the blinds, that wailing above ceased abruptly, so abruptly that Julie's heart stood still a moment, professional as she was. "We may save the child, we must take the chance for what it is worth." At the time she had scarcely understood the words, but now they shot across her mind. She did not doubt that she had heard their consummation. The pursuing enemy that had been staved off so vigorously, so tenderly too, had been given its victim. She had been a nurse in the war. But for all her experience she turned from the window by which she had been standing, and sat down heavily in her chair. She listened intently. There should be another cry. 5 minutes had elapsed. 10. 15. The door opened above again. She leaned forward to hear better. It was a male tread descending the stairs. For the life of her she could not get up. Mr. Sampson came in. He shut the door behind him and moved over to the table, resting his hands on it, standing there. Instinctively she glanced at those hands, but only for a second. "Sit down, please. You look tired out. I keep on telling you you work too hard. Teeny will have to drop her dratted lectures, or I shall have to qualify as a doctor. Will you have tea? The water's ready. I've kept on seeing to it. Or a drop of whisky?" He responded to her naturalness. "Tea, matron? That would be splendid. Yes, I have been done out of my sleep lately, what with one thing and another. I am tired." And he sank into an armchair. She moved quickly about. The man supplied. She thought of the women still upstairs, and glanced at him. "I might as well take them up a couple of cups?" "Yes." Then the full significance of the question dawned on him. "Or they could come down for a moment. There is no reason why not. The child never really lived." "I'll take it up," said Julie. "They can have it in my room." When she returned, he had finished his own cup and was putting on his overcoat. "What, going at once?" "Yes, Mrs. Sampson always likes me to return at once." There was an intimacy about the words, simple as they were, which he had never permitted himself in her presence before. Julie made no comment. She lifted his hat from a chair and held it out to him. "Thanks." He stood a minute, brushing it. "I can never get used to these things, matron," he said. Half apologetically, she thought. "I'm glad to hear it," she retorted. "Why? They would be less difficult. And you would be less human. Your patients would not be so likely to find you kind." The word moved him. "That poor, poor child," he exclaimed. Well, well, there is no God found stronger than death, and death is asleep." "I think I am glad the baby did not live," she said quietly, watching him. He nodded absent-mindedly. "Oh, so am I, for that matter." Then the fire of the driving enthusiasm in his life awoke in him. "Good God, matron," he cried, "did you never think how fine human birth might be? If it were not haphazard, if parents brought affection, yes, but wisdom too, to birth? If we had a social system that thought of human happiness and progress, not in terms of machinery and money, but in relation to freedom and harmony and knowledge, such little effort as the society can make towards that is indeed worth while. But what can it do? Oh, well, not much. The economic revolution we can hardly influence, but we can defy society as at present constituted, and the house in Devonshire would exist, of course, for that." Julia was puzzled. She had not heard anyone speak before of any house in Devonshire. "I don't understand," she said. Maurice Sampson glanced quickly at her. "I thought you knew. I'm sorry. Not that it matters, matron, in your case. You're rather one of the family, aren't you? Still, ask Dr. Melville to explain, will you? You ought not to be kept in the dark over anything if you remain here. Well, good night." "Good morning, rather," smiled Julie. "You'll be in to-day?" "Perhaps, if I'm wanted. I'll send up the certificates. Dr. Melville returns this morning?" 10 o'clock. "Right. Good-bye." "Good-bye." She watched him down the path with a familiar air. She was one of the family, and glad to be. She knew that. Life was opening up for her again, somehow. Nevertheless, with Peter still so recently in her mind, she did not yet perceive what manner of star it was that was rising above the horizon, that was already leading her to a far haven. End of Chapter 12, Part 1. Chapter 12, Part 2 of Recompence by Robert Keable. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 12, Part 2. It was only when Teeny Melville walked up the same path at about 10:30, the sound of the taxi that had brought her from Codrington diminishing in the distance, that Julie realized, with something like a shock, how much had been packed into that week-end. "Well," called Teeny cheerily, as she went to meet her, "everything serene?" Julie took her arm. "Oh, my dear," she exclaimed, "but yes, now, in a way." Teeny looked at her keenly. "You should tell me all about it," she said. And again, within the house, "What have you been doing?" She seated herself at her desk, with the unopened letters of that morning's mail in front of her. Characteristically, she liked the position. To her hand were the memoranda, the papers, the pens, the letters, the accounts that made her work. By her side, ash-tray and cigarettes. Before her, the photograph of an officer in the staff uniform of pre-war days, whom Julie had never known and of whom Teeny never spoke. Throned among these, Teeny's shrewd eyes held you wherever you sat in the room. She rather liked you to move freely about while you talked to her, and to be at home. Her hair, greying on her temples, was brushed back in a methodical kind of way, and her eyes would sparkle friendlily. She would sit with her capable hands resting on the desk, and her shoulders squared, her head erect. She was very easy to talk to, but she usually talked herself a good deal less than her visitors. Julie threw herself into an armchair. "What have I been doing? Most things, I think, including a run up to town and back again. Like a fool I forgot your number, or I'd have called. But I'll begin at the beginning and tell you everything." But she did not tell everything. Peter played no part in her story. There was, of course, no reason why he should. Sunday's supper was dismissed in a few words. She did not relate her late conversation with Mr. Sampson. Still, there was enough, in all conscience, to hold her listener's attention, and Teeny was a good listener. Once only did she interrupt, after she had heard of the visits to Burley Square. "Thank God it was you who had to do that, and not I." "Why?" "I should have been far more rude. I should have told her to go to hell." "Would you? I didn't feel like it. It has been too tragic for that." "No, but I should have done. You see, you're new to the work. When you've seen all that I've seen, and realized that it is that class of woman who abuses us on the platform and in the press, you'll understand. However, on you go." Julie finished at last. "Sister Henson telephoned to Codrington as soon as the post office opened. She knew to whom to speak. For the rest, I've waited for you." "Good. I shall perhaps have an opportunity after all of meeting her ladyship, at least of writing to her. Meantime—" She broke off, her eyes on Julie's face. "My dear, you mustn't take it so much to heart. You can have general righteous indignation to your heart's content, but you've got to steel yourself to this sort of thing like a pro. Do you see so much of it, then?" Teeny picked up a paper knife and bandaged it on her fingers. "Do you know why this place is at Andover Cross?" she asked abruptly. "Pretty much out of the way, isn't it? No gilt letters on the gate, and no one much to see them if there were. Well, one reason is because it's the Society's second home. The first is in North London on a main road. I was there for a while, but I don't think I could have stood it. Every sort of girl came to that gate, from the prostitute to the peeress, and we should have required to be about as big as the London to take them all in. It's not till you get down to it that you realize what the state of things is, in a city like London, in a country like England. For one thing, we could have kept a large consulting staff giving advice alone, and if women had realized that we could tell them how not to get into trouble, and how to control the size of their families, we should have required 6. "Are things really as bad as that?" Teeny Melville upset the balance of her paper knife, grasping it as it fell. "Julie, do you realize that never for one night since you've been here has a bed been empty? Yet yesterday I saw the secretary in town. She implored me to empty more quickly. I said that if we ever were to do anything with the men, it was necessary often to keep the girls a bit. She's a hasty wench. She said, 'To hell with the men, teach your girls to have nothing more to do with them, and arm them at all points if they do.'" Julie smiled. "What did you say?" "Oh, I told her to think before she spoke, and to be sure not to speak before strangers." Julie looked at her reflectively. "Yes," she said at last, "that would indeed be to do nothing but alleviate. But, Teeny, aren't there plenty of other homes?" The woman before her exploded into speech. "Good God, yes! There are homes in which they will take a repentant, unmarried poor mother if she swears never to have anything to do with the child after it is born. That's one sort, God damn them!" "Don't tell me of any more," said Julie. "Oh, well, of course you needn't suppose there's nothing else. But nowhere, except at the Society's homes, is all given, even twilight sleep, that any money can buy and skill provide to any girl under any circumstances, because we are glad of her motherhood and want her to be glad of it too." Julie leaped to her feet. "Oh, Teeny," she cried, "that's fine, fine, that's Christ-like." "It's common sense," growled the other, still a little grim. Julie set off restlessly on a tour of inspection. "And how many homes has the Society got?" she asked, from the Canadian snowshoes across the room, her back to the doctor. "2 so far. One here, one in North London." "Then what," said Julie in a casual tone, turning round with an ebony Indian elephant in her hand, "is the house in Devonshire?" Teeny Melville flicked her paper knife. "Who's been talking?" she demanded. "Mr. Sampson mentioned it by chance. He thought I should know of it. Having mentioned it, he told me to ask you." "Why didn't he tell you himself?" "Only, I think, because he was in a hurry to go. Teeny, what's the secret?" Teeny Melville dropped the paper-knife and spread her hands out before her. She studied her squarish, capable fingertips for a while. "In a sense, there's no secret," she said at last. "But the idea of the house in Devonshire represents the most forward movement of the society. And, well, it is forward. Public opinion is uneducated, and the law limps behind it. A newspaper syndicate, properly paid, could tell enough of the truth to make the most beautiful lie since the war for public consumption." Julie crossed to the fire and leant against the mantelpiece. "I still do not know any of the truth," she said. Teeny pushed her chair back a very little and pronounced judgment. She was plainly weighing her words. Julie was aware of a distinct impression that her friend was speaking a piece. She said, "It is at present no more than a project conceived by some of the members, though the details are practically determined already. A house on a big estate in Devonshire is to be bought by the society. In essentials it will become a maternity home, much on these lines. There is to be a first-class staff, twilight sleep if advantageous, and every aid that beauty and music and calm can give. There will be built in the same grounds a home for the children up to 9 or 10 years, just as there will be across the county, when the other is finished, a school for those above that age. Every facility will be made for the mothers and fathers to visit their children. There will be every possible care in the selection of the teaching and nursing staff. In a word, the scheme is an attempt to usher children into the world under the best possible conditions, and to build upon that the best possible education." "How utterly splendid!" cried Julie in a low, tense voice. Teeny looked at her judiciously. "And why?" she demanded. "Because there will be a chance to give England sons and daughters of whom she should never be ashamed." "Except," said Teeny dryly, "that they would say the world and not England. You echo the sentiments of the committee, even if you do not yet wholly understand their method." Julie was puzzled. "Teeny," she said, "what are you hiding? What don't you like? There is something you don't agree with. What is it?" For once she perturbed her friend. Dr. Melville moved restlessly. "My dear," she said, "the truth is not exactly that. It isn't so much that I disagree as that I can't make up my mind. Perhaps it's because I'm a woman. Perhaps because I'm not sufficiently scientific. Sampson is, for example, wholeheartedly in its favour. You see, it is to be an establishment for children who are not only to be catered for supremely after they arrive, but whose coming will have been deliberately thought out." Julie did not change countenance. It seemed to her that she guessed it. "In other words, what Mr. Sampson said as to breeding is to become a fact of the Society's programme." "That's it. And that's what might be made a lovely lie. For whatever is to be said for or against it, except on orthodox religious grounds, there is nothing loose or immoral about any of the people who have to do with it." Julie sat down deliberately. "Will you explain a bit more?" she asked. "Surely. I want you to know. It's daring, and it's great. There are, of course, as yet in the world, comparatively few men and women who would lend themselves to it, who could lend themselves to it. But there are some. There are some, usually devoted to science or art or social politics, who do not want marriage, with all that it entails in society as at present constituted. There are probably very many more who cannot afford it, who cannot, that is, consent to bring children into an extraordinarily difficult world in which their development, as they would wish to see it, is almost impossible. Yet such men and women want their work to live after them, want to ensure the progress of the race along certain lines. Add to that they are convinced of the evils of promiscuous mating, and you will see that two such might gladly consent to have a child under the conditions the society will make possible." "I see," said Julie. "The idea is as old as Plato, the breeding of the best from a certain caste, but the world has never really tried it. It's a huge scheme anyway, and takes thinking out. And that's where you get me. I've never yet been able to think it out. So far I've abstained from voting for or against on the committee." "It doesn't seem to me so difficult," said Julie slowly. "Shucks! Then you haven't thought it out. Sampson's writing a book on the subject. It involves most ologies that you can think of. You should see his chapters. The spirit of the race, the unit, family or individual, the place of the family in history, the economic dependence of women, Malthusianism, the world state, mammon the highest, God knows what else. Makes my brain reel. You want to be a super-scientist to follow it. Or, said Julie thoughtfully, perhaps you want to be something else. Huh? I said that perhaps you want to be something else. And what the devil's that? These cigarettes are finished. Throw me one, will you? Julie reached for the box on the mantelpiece in silence. Well? Teeny, she said, stretching herself with a slow smile. I'm damned tired. I was up half the night. I'm going to lie down for an hour. Right, said Dr. Melville heartily, noting once more the feminine grace of the other's figure. End of Chapter 12, Part 2. Chapter 12, Part 3 of Recompence by Robert Keable. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 12, Part 3. As day succeeded day, the routine of the home did indeed become more normal to Julie, as Teeny Melville said it would do, and incidents which had at first arrested her attention no longer seemed worthy of particular remark. But it is precisely in such a condition of affairs that our own development proceeds quicker than we know, and Julie's was no exception. She was becoming obsessed by an idea, interested in a personality. Moreover, as days became months, and the silence that enshrouded Peter never lifted, she came increasingly to realize subconsciously that he was removed from her life, which must nevertheless flow on without him. She could think of him now without pain. Looking back, he marked the birth within her of a desire for a purpose in life. He became the kind of model of one who has dared all for an ideal. She was stronger and surer because of him, but, that settled, her old nature began increasingly to show itself. She became the heart and soul of the home. She became the outrageous Julie, who at first sight was a comedy of a matron, but who in fact could scarcely have been surpassed. The girls adored her, and she gave them back gaiety, which was what in truth they needed most of all. The men worshipped her, and she exploded them out of their conventional prejudices, which was what they needed most of all. At the foot of the orchard there was a pond, and in a dry May and June it emptied itself. Julie, surveying it one day, had a brilliant notion, which she at once took down to Sampson to expound. It was on a morning when he had arrived more grave than usual, and she knew him well enough now to know why. His wife would have been, as Julie used to put it to Teeny, extra specially fluffy. She met him in the porch. "I say, can you spare me 5 minutes?" "Why, I dare say I could." His tired eyes were lighting already at the sight of her. "Come on, then. No, you won't want your hat or stick. Give them me. That's it. This way. The bottom of the orchard, please." He stumbled after her over the ruts, past the chicken houses, among the trees, and stood at last on the edge of a considerable depression of dried mud and rotted leaves. "There!" cried Judy excitedly. Maurice Sampson looked at the empty pond in bewilderment, and then back at Julie. He smiled dryly. "Admirable, matron. I dare say an examination of that mud under the microscope will prove most instructive." "Oh, get along with you. Damn your microscope. Mr. Sampson, I believe you perpetually look at things down the wrong instrument. Now, I suppose you see filthy bacilli." "Filthy is a question of taste, but in general, yes." "Well, I see a swimming bath." "What?" "A swimming bath. Very nice for Teeny and me in the first place, but above all things admirable for the young men in the second." "By Jove," said Sampson interestedly, "I believe you're right." "Of course I am. There's nothing in the world for them like cold water, open air, and common sense." "But do you suppose for a second that they'd use it?" "Of course I do. I should drag 'em down and push 'em in." "Would you propose to soap them?" queried Sampson gravely. "Duck them, rather. You should try yourself and see." The surgeon could no longer contain himself. He shook with his silent laughter, his eyes alight with the merriment that banishes mental pain. Julie watched him, arms akimbo. "Well," she said at last, "will you have the goodness to make some reasonable comment?" "An open-air bath with a lady instructress at a maternity home," gasped Sampson when he could speak. "Julie," he called her that now, "you're preposterous." "It's not I that's preposterous," she objected. "It's the world at large. After all, you began it. You upset all my preconceived prejudices, and when I add a little common sense to your science, you laugh at it. What in the blazes do you get young men down here for at all? Isn't it to banish the mental and moral cobwebs of Brixton? Well, there's nothing like getting them out of their wretched reach-me-downs into flannels and bathing drawers for that." He sobered. "You're absolutely right," he said. "Now, explain the idea." "Well, this pond's dry, isn't it? But the one down below in the park is not. Why? Because it's fed by that spring and stream up on the hill that disappears underground the other side of the garden. Now, if we concreted this and ran a pipe from that spring to the pond, I bet we have a topping bath in the hottest summer. And it wouldn't cost very much. We do that sort of thing in Africa. Why not in England?" "There's no reason," he said. "What is more, James is your man. I'll send him to you and give you carte blanche." "Maurice Simpson," cried Julie, "there are times when I could kiss you." Sampson thrust his hands rather suddenly into his pockets. "I'm grateful for the will," he said, "if not for the deed. But I must get back." The handyman at 1620, as she was called the surgeon's house, did indeed appear that day, and shortly made an excellent job of it. Julie's pool became a feature of Andover House. Tall willows leaned over it and trailed their long streamers on hot August days in the cool water, and the sun of a particularly warm and bright September threw dappled light and shade on its surface. Thither went Teeny one afternoon, seeking Julie. Laughter greeted her, and she stood to watch for a minute, unseen behind a tree-trunk on the bank. Before her, at the water's edge, on a rough seat, sat one of the young mothers, whose confinement comfortably over, was staying on with her man in the visitors' block for a few days' extra convalescence. She was laughing happily. Julie stood by her side in her ASA costume, holding the seat with one hand, gesticulating with the other, and leaning out over the water. She was shouting encouragement as well as she could for laughter. And two young men, who might have been whining about their sins, or going home to their lodgings by different streets to avoid passing certain doors, were wrestling in the water for the possession of a metal disc for which they had been diving. "Oh, splendid, Harry!" cried Julie. "Mary, he's got it!" Harry's rival, at the end of his resistance, had spun the disc from him. Harry, with a clean, quick turn of his white back, had shot down under the other after it, and then, beneath the clear water, could be seen gripping it as it slithered this way and that, swimming under water to the bank. "Splendid!" cried Julie again as he emerged, spluttering. "Harry, anyway, you're our underwater champion." "Only when you're out of the water, matron," put in the girl by her side. "Oh, no, he beat me." "Try, matron, do try. Both stand here and throw the disc right over into that corner. Give it time to get down. Then see which of you can get it quickest." "And I'll time," said Teeny, coming forward, "if you be quick about it." They turned and looked at her. "Splendid, splendid, doctor!" cried the girl, clapping her hands. "Oh, matron, do it!" "All right," said Julie. "Come and beat me, Harry." The young fellow hauled himself out of the pool by the root of a tree, and emerged in the swimming trunks of a London club. He was not one who had to be taught to swim. What was new to him at Andover Cross was the multitude of sensations induced by being routed out of his bed in the dawn, companioned to the open-air pond by an athletic young woman, and bathed with in a frank companionship that never for a moment treated sex as of no account, but equally allowed in it nothing ugly, nothing surreptitious. Harry was a lad of few words, and for his new experiences he had fewer than usual. The third morning, however, he tried his hand at expression as he towelled down on the bank. "Matron," he had said, still a little nervous of his thoughts, "I don't know what it is, but you make me feel like a god." "Which, my dear Harry," Julie had retorted, toweling down likewise, "is exactly what you are." At any rate, he made a fine figure standing there in the September sun. Mary thought so anyway. His supple muscles moved easily under his satin skin. He carried his head so proudly. She sighed a little. It seemed wrong that he should spend all his days in a stuffy shop. After Andover Cross, anyway. If he could be a swimming instructor now. He won by 4 seconds, and Julie climbed out of the water, laughing with pleasure. "I told you so. Oh, but the water's good. Well, Teeny?" "Sampson's just sent a message. He's got to go to Codrington, but he's free after that, and is going for a spin into Warwickshire. Would you care for the run?" "I'd love it, but couldn't you go?" "No, clean impossible. He asked either of us, but it's you or neither. You might to-day, too. I'm sure Mary here would run tea for you." "Course I would," the girl urged. "Do go, matron. Do you a world of good." "Well," laughed Julie, "since it's a conspiracy, you've a quarter of an hour to get changing if you're not to keep him waiting." She did not. As the little car purred to a standstill at the gate, she ran down the path to him in her furs. His face broke into smiles as he saw her. "It's to be you, Julie, is it?" "Yes, they'd ought to be Teeny. I get all the fun." "I don't know. You're never away, and she has her lecturing jaunts occasionally. Still, you both work like horses. In you get." "Will you be long in Codrington?" she asked, as the car slid round the corner and began to take the hill. "No, 5 minutes. Then we'll have some tea. We can have a real run afterwards. No need to be back till supper. My wife's away, you know." "And how's things to-day?" It had come to that between them imperceptibly, just when neither exactly knew. Nor had either attempted to define the measure of their intimacy. Maurice Sampson was naturally a reserved man, and the manner of his life had increased his reserve, but it had increased it about the time that Julie arrived upon the scene, almost to breaking point. In Teeny Melville he had found indeed a sympathetic colleague, a friend, too, with whom he could talk his science, yet possibly for these very two reasons he had not found more. But Julie was different. She was complete relief, free in her outlook on his work and life, free in her comments, womanly in her sympathy. And Julie was aware intuitively that he felt so about her, was proud of it a little, was glad of it in any case. Thus then they drifted, while a purpose formed in Julie's mind that this, that, and the other event of the months past made even plainer, and in his grew something of a resolve so curiously unlike his scientific attitude that it should have given him pause. For Maurice Sampson was aware already that his liking for Julie had better not be analysed. "How are things to-day?" he repeated. "As they have been, are, and ever must be." She knew his mind when he answered like that, and it was the mood in which she pitied him most. There were days when he would explode to her with the folly of his life, but at least the explosion did him good. On others he would be interiorly much more quiet, speculative, viewing the catastrophe of his position almost resignedly, even scientifically. She hated him then. It was that side of him that Teeny saw most frequently, the mood in which his own child became something of a case which, perhaps, should be treated as a desperate, hopeless case, and his wife's religion and fluffiness another. But to-day the man was uppermost, the living, natural man, who was infinitely sorry for his wife, and who saw in his child a burden which could in no wise be lightened all his days. Yet of all his moods this was the most difficult to help. There was perhaps only one way. She sat up a little in the car. "You are too sure, Maurice," she said. "I fear not." "You are always too sure. That's the worst of you scientific people. Life has infinite possibilities. Better still, man has. The only irrefragable fetters are forged in his own soul. That's a damn long word for me. I'm growing up. My African friends wouldn't know me after a few years at Andover Cross." He smiled momentarily. "Perhaps, but against one's own desire such fetters are forged, imperceptibly, inevitably." She shook her head vigorously. "I don't believe it. I won't believe it. While there's life, there's hope, you know." "So little sometimes," he retorted, "as to be negligible." "Rubbish! Look here. I'll be scientific. I believe that hope grows imperceptibly, almost inevitably. I'm only just over 30, but I thought my life finished once or twice already." He stole a sidelong glance at her. "I've seen that in your eyes," he said. "That's what Peter used to say." "Peter?" "Yes, the boy I loved in the war. Such a boy. I spent a weekend with him in town." "I'm glad you have the pluck. You've at least the memory now. When was he killed?" "He wasn't killed." "Oh, sorry, Julie dear." "You needn't be. I wouldn't marry him. You see, he was a padre whom the war was shaking to small bits. But deep down in him was something it couldn't shake, and I had the good luck to see it. What's that bit in the Bible about falling on a stone and being ground to powder?" He hid a smile, and gravely quoted, Whosoever shall fall upon that stone shall be broken, but on whomsoever it shall fall, it will grind him to powder. Is that it? Yes, that's it exactly. I never used to understand it, but I do now. You see, if we had married, I would have fallen on that rock and been broken, but it would have fallen on poor Peter and ground him slowly into powder. My dear Julie, you are infinitely various. I had no idea you were a theologian. Now you shut up ragging. Probably you hadn't. Nor am I. He laughed outright. Julie, my head whirls. Let's call a truce, and for God's sake tell me what you mean. Even Plattner in his pulpit is not nearly so confusing. Well, you've said it, flippantly as usual, I know, but still you've said it. For God's sake. That was why I couldn't marry him. I had no idea you were ever religious. I congratulate you more than ever on the weekend. I was not religious, but I had enough gumption to see religion in him. Curiously enough, I've got far more now. Religion? How? You remember that Browning? God in everything, God in a man, see the Christ stand. I believe I am coming to something like that. As a matter of fact, that is your religion too. Julie, really you are talking a good deal of nonsense. I have no religion. Maurice, really you are talking a good deal of nonsense. You have a religion. He pressed his foot a little more on the accelerator, and the car leaped forward on a stretch of straight road. It is undignified to scream, he said, but the only answer to your talk is as it's to exceed the limit. Julie settled back a little in her seat to avoid the greater rush of air. Oh, this is ripping, she cried. But for all that, Maurice, I never heard a worse pun in my life. He was silent until they had to slow down into Codrington. Then, as they passed the church, he said, But please explain, as to a little child, the parable of Peter, stone, powder, and yourself. Memory crept again into Julie's eyes, sobering them. Well, you see, she said, he was religious to his heart's core. I guessed he always would be. On that rock my happiness with him would have been broken, for I shall never see God as he did, but his happiness with me would have been fretted to powder. Where is he now? Asked Maurice, after a little, slowing down at the door in the main street. In a Carthusian monastery, or going. Good God! End of Chapter 12, Part 3. Chapter 12, Part 4 of Recompence by Robert Keable. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 12, Part 4. There, I told you I should only be 5 minutes. Where now? Tea first. Old Mrs. Jones's will do. Then into the country. Race out. I want speed for a bit. And then slow her down and talk to me. I've got something I want you to explain. The trees were assuming russet and scarlet and gold, for the coming of that god than which, as once Maurice had quoted from Swinburne, there is found none stronger. Yellow and white for its birth, scarlet and gold for its passing. Life goes heralded with royal trumpets in our sight. It is surely, Julie thought, as they raced a little later by hedge and copse while the sun sank slowly over the far-flung fields, a procession of beauty and wonder in which wise men would indeed take conscious participation. The phrase had rung often in her head since Samson had first used it. It was about that she wanted to speak to him. In all these months she had found no opportunity good enough, but she had waited, and it had come today. Somehow, with those royal colours spread so lavishly around, while they too slid swiftly and easily over the wonderful English roads at which she never ceased to wonder, the time seemed prepared. That curious sense of destiny was with her so strongly. It was almost as if, at some time long ago, they two had met, had separated for a little, had come together again. And for this moment. She let the miles slip by without fear that the afternoon would pass without that being said which was surely planned. It was Samson at last who slowed down and spoke. "Well," he said, "you're very quiet. What do you want to talk about?" "The house in Devonshire." "Oh, and what especially about it?" It took her a few seconds to arrange her thoughts. At last she laughed a little inconsequently. "I don't know. Not about the house particularly, perhaps, after all. I want you to explain your religion." "My religion?" "Yes, your religion. For it is that, you know, say what you will. Do you know, you and Geoffrey Platner and Peter stand together in my mind. Geoffrey Platner is in the middle that I've no use for. I'm glad of that, he interrupted, smiling at her quizzically. Don't be absurd. She pulled the rug closer, contentedly. I've no use for him because he's muddled, vague, purposeless. He's very like most of the people you meet in life, though few of them can put things into words as he does. They take things as they find them, and in all the problems they see the problem and never any answer. Though, of course, Geoffrey Platner always sees two answers and invents a third. But that's as bad. Julie, there are times when you are honestly stimulating. She shot a glance at him. He had at least for the time forgotten his worries. No doubt, she went on imperturbably, but I haven't finished. Both you and Peter stand out from that vagueness. Peter has banked on God. I met a young man in London who was good enough to supply me with that phrase. He is determined in his own mind that the end of life, its meaning, its explanation, lies in a Carthusian monastery. Well, she shrugged her shoulders. You, on the other hand, bank on the race. It's your hobby, your life. You see no God, but you do see life, and you think that it is evolving on, that man is its summit so far, that man can improve himself, that he may yet pace upon the mountains overhead and hide his face amid a crown of stars, supplied the other. Yes, though it is love that does that, isn't it? Love, yes. Sex, essential man. There you are. That is your religion. Sex. The race. All the little people in the middle play with sex and God. You and Peter stake your all on one or the other. He considered that for a while. I suppose we do, he said at last. Of course you do. And your Devonshire House scheme is the other end of logic from the Carthusian monastery. And so? I want you to explain the Devonshire House scheme. The other has been put before me by Peter. I have no place in it. He started. The inference was obvious, too obvious. Yet he banished the idea. He even smiled at the thought in his head at that moment, and she saw him smile. What's the joke now? There isn't one. I like your way of putting things, that's all. For you are right, Julie, or so I believe. People do play with their lives. They do drift. It is the world's way, possibly the inevitable way for the majority. Those of us who pioneer consciously in any direction are hailed as fanatics, or worse. Catholic religious and eugenists are alike in that respect, at any rate in the world's judgment. Well, explain this scheme. Teeny calls it cold-blooded. I don't know why I don't. He jumped at that. Ah, now I can explain that. Teeny is old-fashioned enough to have a notion that the great impulse of sex ought to be, what should she say, spontaneous, hot-headed, super-reasonable. She would begin with spontaneous, anyhow. The rest is a logical conclusion, is in fact what happens, though Teeny is clear-sighted enough to begin to shy at the other words. And what's the answer? The answer is that the sex impulse ought not to be less controlled than any other. As a matter of fact, seeing its vital importance, it should be more controlled, perhaps superlatively, most controlled. The world has largely realized this in a dim way. Marriage among most nations, from the Zulus to the French, has been an arrangement of the parents. The modern world largely revolts from that, but it revolts, in reality, because as a rule parents are little more qualified to arrange marriages than modern sons and daughters, and in fact they have largely arranged them for ends that the moderns rightly reject. Then you want a society in which doctors arrange marriages? Julie, if you would keep your head in this matter, you must at least decline to be facetious. That is exactly what the cheap press and the conventional public says. We are not so entirely insane. Sorry, I see. What then? Well, let me begin with the ideal. In an ideal human society, individuals would approach sexual union and the reproduction of their kind more seriously and more enlightenedly than anything else. The spurious sanctions and prohibitions of so-called supernatural religion would be gone. A union would depend first on real and not merely proclaimed unity. When a man and woman felt themselves one in sentiment and desire, they would fulfill their unity in bodily union, provided that other things were equal, so to speak. Just as one doesn't eat anything that looks pretty because one wants to eat merely. one inquires if it is poisonous or indigestible. So one of the requirements for marriage would be physical and psychical fitness. We foresee a day when sensible human beings will no more enter on sexual union without recognition and proof of this than they now swallow poison. And given full sex instruction, real knowledge of what does make for real union and truly wise issue, it would not be necessary for the medical profession to arrange marriages in the sense in which you use the words. What did you mean by proclaimed unity? 2 persons go to a priest, and he pronounces a formula. You are now one, he says. 99 times out of 100 he is simply talking rubbish. That is the stark practical fact. Most people know that. They may do, he retorted, but precious few say so, and still fewer set about the attainment of real unity. Precious few realize that if one has made a mistake, the fact that it is a mistake is enough to show that there has been no union, or that the union is at an end. Nothing, in fact, can regulate true divorce. That makes itself in each case willy-nilly. The state must deal with it. He shrugged his shoulders. It might recognize the fait accompli. It is the wrong end of the stick to attempt to accomplish it. But why the state at all? Children, their support, one's responsibility for them. I suppose that's why most of us moderns still feel that there must be some interference, some regulation. Precisely. But it is a parallel matter. How? It would solve itself in an ideal state. Just as marriage is tied up with religious grave clothes, childbearing is tied up with social, economic, and legal grave clothes. Something must be done at once. For example, the one matter to be determined by a law court in a divorce suit ought to be provision for the children. The one thing to avoid is that they shall continue to be brought up by a man and a woman between whom there is no real union. That does damn them, poor little devils. But of course there is only one final answer. If for the family you substitute the human family, and if for the state that human family, localized in a unit really functioning as a family and not as a greedy, soulless, inhuman agglomeration of units, you have the answer. That is communism. Oh, damn your isms. Once you say that, people gasp blending and think that finishes the matter. Why they don't at once say, Jesus Christ, I don't know. There will be greater reason and less cause for fear. Well, I can give it another name if you don't like that. What? Utopia. Granted. He turned eagerly towards her as well as he could. And it is the first article of my creed that men have it in their own power to create utopia, and the second that it will never be created by merely talking about it. And so the house in Devonshire. He sobered suddenly. Yes, Julie, he said. It had grown dark, and he leaned forward and switched on the lights. The blaze of them stabbed the darkness ahead, and made, by contrast, a greater darkness on either side, behind and before. The radiant glow ran before them, on and on into the night, and something of that sense of the mysterious, the unreal, that everyone has felt motoring swiftly through the night, descended upon Julie. For a few minutes, until he had become accustomed to the night driving, Maurice Sampson did not continue the conversation. But as they turned at right angles off the main road into the heart of a silent, dim countryside, and made for home, he spoke again. Yes, Julie, the house in Devonshire is as yet only a scheme. True, I have little doubt now that it will go through committee, and before long materialize into fact. But it is a scheme at present. A good scheme, I think, the least we can do. People have a right to ask of us theorists that we should justify our theories, or at least show that we are prepared to risk everything for them. That is why a man like your Peter wins my respect. Nothing could be more extreme than the Carthusian ideal, and nothing— What is the Carthusian ideal? Interrupted Julie sharply. He glanced at her. Don't you know? He queried curiously. Why, it is almost perpetual silence. Each man lives alone in his own little cottage, and works and prays alone. They talk for an hour a week, I believe. Staring out at the swiftly advancing stream of their lights ahead, Julie saw plainly the years of Peter's life. She gave a little shudder. Good God! She cried, then fiercely, the very negation of the family, anyway. Yes, he began slowly, warming as he spoke. Our ideal is the family ennobled, enriched, completed, as we think. It is to be no more selfish, exclusive, but broad-based as human life, disinterested, a means to a great universal end. In Devonshire we shall anticipate your utopia in a sense. By private effort we shall make possible what will one day be public will. Sitting there, Julie was suddenly moved by this odd mixture of cold science and dreaming visionary at her side. She saw him convinced, enthusiastic, and yet chained by circumstance to a woman legally but neither spiritually nor any longer even physically his wife, and to a child legally but neither spiritually nor mentally a possible man. His enthusiastic vision had temporarily lifted him out of the hopeless despondency of his life, but every mile took him back to it. Without her he might be bound for ever to his theories, to his books. She stretched her hand out and laid it on his knee. "Maurice," she said, "men and women liking each other, attracted to each other, who desire children to carry on in the battle of the race, to push out even further and further into the darkness, to be freed from the hampering restrictions of ordinary social and conventional upbringing, will agree to mate and will dedicate their children to this mission. Is that it?" "Yes," he said, carried away by her. "Julie, is that mean? Is that debasing? Is that less noble than the old ideals?" "No, no," she cried fiercely. Then suddenly turning upon him, "Maurice, give me a child." And then the inevitable happened. So close upon her words as to seem to them afterwards the work of a stage manager, the little car cried once or twice feebly, and of course uselessly upon its maker, and broke down. They were 34 miles from Andover Cross, and 21 from Codrington. End of Chapter 12, Part 4. Chapter 13, Part 1 of Recompence by Robert Keable. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Owers. Chapter 13, Part 1. Perhaps it was necessary for something like that to happen in order to restore them to sanity, for human sanity, like faith, is the gift of the high gods and beyond reason. Reason and logic lead to madness more surely perhaps than anything, unless they are seasoned with the salt of the personal human equation. Thus the world does indeed say that Catholic monasticism and eugenics are lunacies, which indeed they are for most people. But there are individuals who can embrace the one or the other and remain human, and it is arguable that we may all be of that sort one day. Meantime, the main thing for the experimenter is to be sure that he or she has not lost humanity. Julie and Maurice showed at once, and for 12 hours thereafter, that the high gods had left them the great gift. They both jumped in a twinkling from the rare summit of the mountain-top talk of science to the highly disconcerting level of ordinary existence, where anything may happen, and one is lucky if one sees to the next milestone. He twiddled levers and wheels for a few seconds and stared at Julie. "Oh, my God!" he cried, as humanly as you or I might have done, realizing in a breath that women and motor cars were both practical affairs of ordinary life, and both beyond him. As for Julie, she threw back her head and shrieked with laughter that grew every second more uncontrollable, as she realized what the predicament meant. Maurice threw open the driver's door and descended. In a couple of seconds he realized that there was no moon, that outside the lane of light created by his own electrics it was pitch black, and that, save for the matches in his pocket, he had no illuminant. He began to curse still more desperately as he struggled with the bonnet. Julie gurgled into language. "What's the matter?" she was finally able to inquire. "God knows. I'm not a mechanic even in daylight, and I can't make head or tail of the thing now." He plunged his head again into depths, and his voice rose from there. "But I guess it's a bad smash. She stopped so suddenly. Some infernal thing, clean gone, I expect." Once more Julie wanted to laugh, but this time she restrained herself. She got out of the car on her side and came round to him. "Never mind, Maurice, it's the greatest fun. We shall probably have to sleep in a ditch. Instead of cursing, give great thanks that it's not raining." He straightened himself and flung round on her. "But good heavens, you know where we are. I don't. Only that it's donkey's miles to anything like a garage. There's one at Chisholm, I think, of a sort that is, but that's 7 miles if it's a furlong, and this isn't even a main road. As likely as not nothing will pass." and I'm getting hungry." Julie put both her hands on his shoulders. "You delicious person," she cried. "Thank the Lord the car did break down. You're human for once. Getting hungry indeed. And what about me, pray?" The touch of her hands, the sight of her looming there in the half-dark of the edge of the radiant lights, banished the accident momentarily from his thoughts. "Julie," he explained. "Julie." And there was in his tone that which made words unnecessary. "Maurice," she cried in a turn. "Oh, Maurice, I never guessed that." "You didn't? Well, I suppose one isn't trained in self-control for nothing. But you mean to say that you haven't seen how I adore you? How you come like the sun into my life? How you are everything to me? Everything? You are more than my religion, as you call it, Julie. I cannot live for my work alone any more. There are days when I cannot write a line because of you. I love you. I love you, Julie." The old magic of it touched chords anew in Julie's heart. "You poor old darling," she whispered tenderly. He literally leapt upon her at that, his arms thrown out, crushing her to him. "Then you love me? You love me, Julie?" he demanded. She leaned her head back and looked at him, her eyes alight. "You poor old darling," she whispered again. "Kiss me." And Maurice Sampson's lips sought hers as passionately as any Bert or Harry in Paternoster Row or Brixton. She disengaged herself gently at last. "And you will give me a baby, Maurice?" she asked simply. His arms fell to his sides. She herself, still clasping him, felt him grow rigid. But I can't marry you," stammered Maurice Sampson, as any gentleman for miles around might have done in like case. Julie moved her fingers up his coat. "My dear," she queried, "what has that to do with it?" "But I love you. Don't you understand, Julie? I love you. What will your people say, your friends, if I do such a thing? Julie, it would be to ruin you. Think what the world would say." Julie's rich little laugh rang out again on the night air. "Oh, you are too delicious. My dear old Maurice, what in the world have you been talking about for the last hour? What in the world is the house in Devonshire to exist for? Heavens, do you think I took it all as a proposition in Euclid?" In the darkness the man peered down on her. "But you, Julie," he cried, with a little catch in his throat. "Anyone but you. You're so wonderful to me. Do you think for a moment that I could give you less than all? Do you think I could experiment with you?" "Why not? That is precisely what I want you to do with me." "Julie, Julie, then you don't love me." It rang so pitiably true that Julie reached her hands up to his head and pulled it down towards her. "Dear old Maurice," she whispered, "but I do. That is the queer part of it, queerer than you think. I do. You're such an absurd old thing, and also you are so clever. I love you. I want you. I want to mother you, to make up to you for all that has gone wrong in your life. And since above all it is a child that you want, I want that too, for you, a child to whom I give all that is left, a child with your cleverness and my passion, that will be a prince among children." But the blood drained from the man's face as he fought with himself. "If I could marry you!" he groaned. Julie let fall her hands and straightened herself. She looked at him tenderly, considering him. Then, with a twinkle in her eyes, "I don't know that I want to," she said. "Not want to? If you love me at all? Why not?" "Because you don't want a house and servants and fuss. Because you aren't an ordinary civilized member of society, though you're talking like one now. Because I don't know that I am either any longer." He stared at her, puzzled as any bank clerk, he the great eugenist, Mr. Maurice Sampson, F.R.C.S. "I don't think I understand," he said at last. "Why, you're so right. I've been through the mill, I've told you. I'm not content with ordinary things any longer. I don't want a place in society either. I want to help our girls and boys. I want to try new things. I want to do something towards your great utopia, something practical. Perhaps, after all, it is only we women who can be practical." "But I love you so," he cried. "For months I've tried to hide it, just because I love you so. You're too good to be put in the forefront of the battle." "Traitor!" She laughed gently at him. "Traitor? Traitor to all your ideas, to all your work. Maurice, you thought your personal life ruined, empty. I can fill it, regain it for you. Come, don't you think I'm physically fit enough to mother your son? We are oddly made. Sampson's habitual thought actually responded to that, and took the question seriously. Yes, he said, I think you are. But of course we could make sure. Teeny could determine. It was too much for Julie. She exploded once more into a riot of laughter, while he stood there on the road by the car that had both forgotten, and watched her helplessly. At last she leaned up against the door of the silent machine, panting. "Oh, you sober old lunatic," she cried. "Why don't you propose to examine me yourself?" "Julie!" "Well, why not? Who better? It would be such fun. Imagine yourself kissing me very seriously and saying, 'My dear, the heart is a little weak. The left ventricle seems to me unsound. I much regret, but of course that makes it impossible.'" And then Sampson returned to the starting point. "Oh, my God!" he groaned. End of Chapter 13, Part 1. Chapter 13, Part 2 of Recompence by Robert Keable. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 13, Part 2. Julie became practical. "Well, old dear," she said, "we'll temporarily abandon a discussion which most young women would find humiliating, and you will tell me, as scientifically as possible, what immediate steps you proposed to take towards supper." He smiled slowly. "Really," he said, "I begin to think, Julie, that I've never yet truly appreciated you." "Of course not," she retorted. "It's taken me ages to reconcile myself to being nice to you at all, and if you don't produce a supper, you'll find you know me even less than you think." He shrugged his shoulders hopelessly, for he could not take his mind off her. "What do you suggest?" "Well, if this were Africa, of course it would be simple. You gather liso and make a fire on the veldt. You catch one of those sheep that I hear bleating yonder, and in a short time you would offer me, on the point of your pocket-knife, a succulent chop. You would then gather grass for a bed, and watch over me all night with your trusty spanner ready for action." "Julie, do be sensible." "I will, seeing you're so utterly unpractical in a pinch. Here goes for your own logic. Are those not sheep? Are English farms the size of a decent county? Will there not rather be a farmhouse within a mile or so? Can you not walk to it?" "And leave you here?" "Why not? Are there lions or highwaymen? Lend me the trusty spanner or even monkey wrench. I don't know what it is, but it sounds fearsome. I shall be all right then. Or stay yourself and let me go. I should love it, and even irate farmers are always more compassionate towards young women than middle-aged scientists. I think we had better not both go, in case any relief did come down the road and there was nobody here to claim it." He stood bewildered as she talked, the breakdown, the need for food and shelter, hardly of importance. Her words spun a kind of filmy cobweb over his thoughts, that was all. Themselves rubbish, but serving to keep his mind from dealing accurately with her and her amazing demand. Still, something must be done. He roused himself and stared about him as if he had not appraised half a dozen times already the blackness of the night, the loneliness of the world, and the movement and cries of invisible sheep somewhere away on the right. However, this time he reached a conclusion. "It's madness to go wandering in those fields," he said. Julie laughed excitedly. "Why, in Africa? Oh, damn Africa! God knows what you would do in Africa. In England there's a hedge every couple of 100 yards, which you can't get through more often than not, and there will only be one gate, and that a damn small thing to find in a circumference of—" "Oh, damn your circumferences! Look here, Maurice, I will concede that this is not a romantic adventure, if you will concede that it is not a mathematical problem. Now, let us both commence to treat it as a practical predicament." Maurice became suddenly and acutely aware that she was bubbling with mirth and eagerness in which was mingled high nervous tension. He was oddly conscious that his trained mind was telegraphing that to him across his own emotions. Having caught the signal, however, he knew what to do. He spoke for the first time since the breakdown with real incisiveness. "Right, Julie. Practically, then, what we'll do is to push the car to the side of the road, lock the toolbox, dim the lights, and walk straight before us until we come to Featherstone, which is the first village and some 3 or 4 miles ahead. If we strike your farmhouse or any other first, so much the better. If we don't, at the most we have an hour's walk to civilization. Sorry, but that's the end of Africa." "And why," she demanded, "did you not talk sense before?" because I was intoxicated by your Bowley. Bully, said Julie enigmatically. Now show me where to push, for the love of Mike. He showed her, and together they coaxed the small car more into a ditch than either liked, but as they could not coax her out again, there perforce she had to stay. While he fumbled with the toolbox and other gear, she stood back in the road, humming merrily to herself. He joined her presently. There, he said, now we can go. Not tired? What's that you were humming? I never know your songs. Julie laughed. Come on then, she cried. I'll sing it. It will speed your steps no end. And she broke out into, It's the only way, yes, the only way. She's the only girl, and it's only fair, for she's only got half an hour to spare. So you kiss her on the spot with the only lips you've got. If she's only cute, she will only say, That's the only kiss that I've had today. Then you only cough, but you don't leave off. It's the only way. And pray, said Maurice sarcastically when she had finished, who is the author of that little poem? I haven't an idea. Hurrah! I breathed more freely. I feared he might be a friend of yours. Also, you've relieved the colossal rebuke which my own intelligence once received in the railway train, when a young man with whom I got into conversation was rendered dumb by the discovery that I had never heard, Where do the flies go in the winter-time? Julie chuckled. For all that, you neglect these weighty matters. In future you shall take me occasionally to the theatre, and I shall take you sometimes to the music-halls. You will then go singing about your work, as I do. Think how you would enliven a confinement by entering jauntily and singing, depositing your silk cap on the commode the while. Oh, I must get home tonight, I must get home tonight. I don't care if it's snowing, blowing, I'm going. I only got married this morning, and it fills me with delight. I'll stay out as late as you like next week, but I must get home tonight. He stared at her in the darkness as she sang. He could not see her face at all clearly, but he had it in his mind's eye, her still childish face with its clear brown eyes and little fringe of dark hair over the forehead, and he fitted the memory to that lissom, taut little figure stepping out bravely into the night on the unknown road, her voice ringing clear about them. He thought calmly enough to himself that she was a type of the age, a woman of the men in the war who had gone forward steadily to death, at odds never before taken in the story of the world, unnoticed individually in hosts of a size-passing imagination, swallowed up in battles upon a stage so great that the very word had become almost meaningless. A cheap, self-seeking press, their Bible, and comic songs, their battle-cries. In a sense, there was nothing particularly striking about her. She was just one of those millions whom democracy had pitchforked into the battle of life as never before, who are, in reality, as yet inarticulate, who jest with the only words of comedy they know, because the inherent nobility of their human nature must at once hide and yet find a vent for the passion of their souls. But even as he thought of it, something quickened and leaped up in him. It was indeed this woman of the people whom he would choose, if he could, to mate with his own knowledge. Her child might give it life. She was the woman of the fiercely lived today. He was the man in whose brain lay gathered something of the knowledge of all the yesterdays. What if she and he together were to create tomorrow? "Oh, I must get home tonight," began Julie again, rather plaintively, and he realized he was not being companionable. "I'm sorry," he broke in. "My thoughts were running away with me." "Were they? You looked rather like it. Well, and where to?" He slipped his hand into her arm. "The future that you outlined just now," he said gravely. She was instantly sobered. "Then you will let me, mother," she hesitated hardly perceptibly, "a child for you, Maurice?" Their steps rang on the road. A dozen paces or more they took before he replied, and her heart exulted at that there was no longer the swift refusal. But when at last he answered, it was something of the Maurice of the study who spoke. "Julie, have you realized all that means?" "Well," she said, "sum up." "Right. First, there is the stigma with which you will be branded. Even Teeny Melville will, I may be wrong, but I doubt it, think that we are both doing wrong in some vague way, which you will see in her eyes, but which she will not be able to express with her lips. Even if we manage secrecy now, and with the aid of the Society for some years, it will come out sooner or later with the child. Probably both of us tend in our mutual enthusiasm to underestimate it. Let us be frank about that. We think of our immediate friends. They will know and not care, or not know. But there are bound to be others, acquaintances, the unimportant folk one meets casually, who don't seem to count, but who do really. Oh, I don't suppose you even guess it, but I do. You will be branded in their eyes. I do, said Judy. There was a tone in her voice that was conclusive, though her next words served once more to cloak emotion. Lift boys and hotel porters. Don't laugh, darling. She caught her breath faintly at that word. But now, secondly, consider how we shall have to live. We have precipitated matters, even now. Can you go on at Andover Cross, and I at 1620, and the child in Devonshire, with this between us? The society is mainly considered individual freelances. We perhaps are neither of us that. What plan have you? What do you see ahead? Once again a little tramp in silence. Haystacks loomed large, and both scanned them without words, questioningly. Only haystacks. And then Judy suddenly pressed the arm she held. Maurice, she cried tensely, I've been drowning, do you understand? It is enough for me that there is a ship in sight. I do not mind how far the final haven may be, or what weather we must face to make it. The man held back his desired reply to that with difficulty. He would not end reason by taking her in his arms. Look here, he went on a trifle harshly. Maybe, but Julie... He broke off. Then suddenly he brought it out. See here, Judy, I love you. I could find a haven indeed in you and in a child, but could you find such in me? You said you loved me, but, well, I'm not quite blind. I don't want charity, Julie. Wouldn't another do? Do you want me, Julie? The long black road still stretched ahead. Julie looked down it endlessly. Behind her, as it were, there had been vivid lights, and she knew she searched fruitlessly before for exactly such again. But she drew a little closer to the man by her side. Oh, Maurice, she said, what is love? We talk about it so glibly. I can't analyse the love I have had, that I always shall have, for the Peter I told you about. If I try, it seems to me somehow that I wanted to mother him, to be the person on whom he leaned and to whom he turned. I wanted him passionately, of course. There's nothing dishonourable in that. I longed passionately for the touch of his body, and to touch him. But does love exclude love, Maurice? I don't think so. I can't think so. It seems to me too great somehow. It doesn't empty you. It seems to me that true love increases one's capacity for loving. Maurice, I've come to love you. No, 1 minute, don't interrupt. Your helplessness, your strength, you in your sorrow, and you in your pride of knowledge. You are very, very dear to me somehow already, as if you were a gift, and I think you would grow dearer in a son. Oh, Julie, Julie, I've waited so long for words like that. The intensity that rang in his tone lost nothing from the restraint of his manner. Meeting them, he might have thought them conversing on some ordinarily engrossing topic. The floodgates were not yet loosed. And you would not feel yourself cheated? And you, Julie, you could suffer me to take you? Neither answered the other's question. Yet they went on together, with both answered. End of chapter 13, part 2. Chapter 13, part 3 of Recompence by Robert Keable. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 13, part 3. And where, demanded Julie, is the civilization you so kindly promised me? A bend in the road had brought them finally to Featherstone. That is to say, it had brought them successively to 6 cottages in which all lights were already extinguished, a closed village shop, a duck pond, 2 more cottages far back from the road, a barn, and finally the Featherstone Arms, where lights glowed in a side window. A board above announced that Isaac Colburn was licensed to sell beer and tobacco, and on pushing the door open it became plain that he was selling both. Maurice peered through the half-open door of the lighted room, with Julie close beside him in the dark little passage outside, smelling of stale beer, and called, "Landlord!" across a few square feet of sanded floor 2 wooden benches, and 4 or 5 men who appeared dimly in a haze of tobacco smoke. A figure in shirt-sleeves, who leaned on a rough wooden counter beneath notices of local agricultural auction sales, a railway excursion to Bristol, and an advertisement of black and white whisky, heaved himself up and came heavily over to him. "I be ye, mister." "Well, look here, we've had a breakdown about 3 miles back. I'm a surgeon from near Codrington, and this lady's a nurse. We must get back tonight. Is there a car in the village?" "A car? A motor car? No, there's no motor car." "Is there no house about that owns a car?" "Eh?" "Is there no gentleman who lives near and keeps a car?" "Why, squire up at Featherstone Hall." "How far?" "Reckon a mile, maybe. First turning on left after you pass Blacksmith's." "Right, thanks. Sorry to have bothered you. I should think we'd better go ourselves right up at once, Julie." They were already in the porch when it struck Sampson to call back, "The squire will be at home, I suppose?" "Eh? Home? No, I should reckon not. He lives in London mostly." Sampson uttered an exclamation, and they stopped irresolutely. "Good heavens, what a fool!" he said, sotto voce to Julie. Then to the man, "Is it any use our going there?" "No, I should reckon not." Julie gurgled in the dark. "And where," she had thus demanded, "is the civilization you so kindly promised me?" Sampson disdained to answer, and stepped reluctantly back to the door. "Well," he said finally, "what can you suggest?" "Eh?" "That's it, old dear," whispered Julie behind him. "Keep picking away. This country doesn't have free education for nothing. You'll get him to speak English if you try hard enough." An infuriated Sampson threw "Shut up" savagely at her over his shoulder, and once more entered the porch. "Look here," he said, "our car's broken down, understand? And I'm a doctor, and this lady's a matron. We must get back to Codrington tonight, somehow. What can you suggest?" Mr. Isaac Colburn spat with deliberation. He was a man with an orderly mind. "Thought you said you were a nurse," he remarked cautiously. Morris heard a muffled exclamation behind him, and the sounds of a hasty retreat. He was forgetting himself entirely, and all the resources of science, and had indeed got as far as a decided "My God!" when one of the gentlemen smoking in the bar-parlour, all of whom had been listening intently, appeared in the lighted doorway and took up the case. "Excuse me, sir," he said, "but I reckon I can do it. I've as pretty a little mare as you could see in these parts, and if I put her into my trap I could drive you over." "Come," said Sampson with satisfaction, "that's talking. How long would it take?" "Why, it's close on to 20 miles. We could do it in under 2 hours, not by night." 2 hours? If we started in half an hour— He pulled out his watch. "Heavens, we shouldn't be back till midnight." "That's so, mister." Sampson stared at him blankly, and then turned and called Julie. "I say," he said, "we're in the devil of a fix, worse than I thought. If we take this trap to Codrington, we won't be back until midnight, and then we'll have to dig out a taxi, and meantime the car's in the road—" She whistled. "And I'm hungry. Look here, what about that place with the garage? There's a station there, isn't there?" He turned back to his man. "I say, what about Chisholm? How far's that? Isn't there a station there?" "Oh, there be a station, but there bain't no more trains at this hour of night. It's only a matter of 10 mile or so, however, and you could get on early tomorrow to Codrington. Say, Isaac," looking over his shoulder, "what time's milk train to Codrington?" "5:30. "5:30, sir. How will that do you? There's a fare in at the station." Sampson turned irresolutely, but Julie had been listening. "That's all right," she said. "We should be at Codrington by 6, and at Andover Cross at 1:30, or thereabouts. Besides, is there the garage at this Chisholm? It might not be too late to send them out for the car. It's possible that they can fix it up, and then we shouldn't need the train at all tomorrow." Morris nodded in his grave way. "Yes," he said, "I can't think of a better plan." "Of course not, old sober-sides. And now, while our friend here gets his trap, I'm going to forage for supper. Where's the delightful Isaac? Back in the bar? All right, I'll get something out of him." She slid by Sampson and entered the parlour, bright by contrast with the dark outside. Sampson, having given his orders to the man of the trap, followed her. The easy way in which she crossed the sanded floor, glanced friendlily at the men, one or two of whom shuffled to their feet, and approached Mr. Isaac Colburn as though she had known him all her life, amazed him. With the landlord she began at the right end. She did not ask at once for impossibilities or difficulties. Good evening, Mr. Colburn. I say we're most awfully hungry. Could you let us have some bread and cheese and some beer?
Oh, yes, miss, certainly, miss. If you step across the passage, I'll see they bring her light. Bread and cheese and beer 'em.
Yes, that'll do capitally. She half turned away. I say, you haven't any cold ham, have you?
Why, yes, I think we might manage a little cold ham. Maria! Maria!
While Julie stood there, one hand tapping the bar counter, a smile on her face, Maria's approach was heralded by shuffling feet in the back regions. Round an open door she came. She was plainly shrewd and wide awake. Her thin face and greying hair bound tightly back off her forehead were anything but propitious, but Julie acted as if they were. "Oh, good evening," she said. "Mrs. Colburn? Oh, Mrs. Colburn, the doctor and I have got horribly stranded. Our car's broken down. We've got to be driven into... What is the place, Morris? Oh, yes, Chisholm. We shan't get there till 10:30, and meantime we're real hungry. Your husband has offered us bread and cheese, but I thought perhaps ham." The woman bustled forward. Colburn looked sheepish on the spot. Morris stood there marvelling inwardly at the ease of it, at the dispatch with which the unfortunate man was being thrown to the lions. He had nothing but sympathy for him as his spouse turned and rent him for the sake of this obviously simple, pleasant lady, from whom might easily be extracted at least 5 shillings.
"Isaac, what do you mean, bread and cheese? I never heard such a thing. Don't you know a lady when you see one?"
The shrill voice calmed marvellously as she turned to Julie.
"What about ham and eggs, ma'am? I could make you a little toast, and perhaps you and your good gentleman would like a pot of coffee."
"Splendid!" cried Julie. "I would like the coffee, but I expect Mr. Sampson would prefer—" "No, I'll take coffee, Julie." "That's it, then." Julie turned to her, smiling. "And maybe go to the parlour?"
"Certainly, ma'am. This way."
She bustled in and across the room. From the door she cast withering words at her husband.
"There, Isaac, go you and find them eggs, and quick, too."
The unfortunate fellow lurched out. "She said bread and cheese," he muttered to an unsympathetic world. Across a red rep tablecloth, under the scrutiny of Queen Victoria in her coronation robes, Julie and Morris surveyed each other in the light of a hanging oil lamp of uncertain cleanliness. "If it were not for Queen Victoria," said Julie, glancing up at the picture, "I should believe this was a fairy tale." "Why Queen Victoria?" queried her companion, amused. "Oh, because fairy stories are all imagination, but nobody could possibly have imagined Queen Victoria in her coronation robes. I'll run this evening. By the way, doesn't it seem ages ago since we started? That critical breakdown, our walk, this amazing inn, in England in the 20th century, all of the stuff of fairy stories. But Queen Victoria restores one to everyday life. Still, she's dead, isn't she? And we're alive, aren't we, Morris?" He reached his hand out across the table and took hers. "We are, dear, very much alive, though I'm not sure that I have been until tonight." She pressed his fingers. "But you are now," she said, smiling. "Very sure. At least almost sure. I shall be when it's an established thing." "Morris, a great deal is established already. It is established that you are no longer alone in your life, with your theories alone to interest you. We are setting out together on a great adventure. Such an old adventure, too, Morris, though we do make it under new conditions. Do you think perhaps it is the only big thing there is in life?" His eyes rested softly on hers in the dim light, and she saw that already a change had been worked there. "Yes," he said, "I think it is, Julie. All our striving and experimenting and living comes down to this. It is vain in so far as it dies with us. It is profitable only as we can wrest it free from death and hand it on. Ultimately, that may be woman's supreme share. Hers, after all, is a bigger work in that respect than man's. She is the mother. It is good that she too should try to enrich the future with knowledge, but how much more actually to assure its life? And you and I are thrown together for this?" He nodded. "You and I are thrown together for this." She leaned back in her chair, still holding his hand. "Isn't it all amazing, Morris? I see myself in Africa, a girl, then a young woman. I got engaged, and more, and I got badly let down, Morris. There wasn't much I didn't know about life when I went to France in the war. But it taught me scores of things, after all. It taught me to look for realities and not for shams in life. I don't see how people escaped being taught that. And when Peter came along, that too was reality.
And because it was a real thing, I didn't hesitate. Do you understand? I do, understanding you a little. Do you? Oh, I hope so, Maurice. You see, there were men being hideously wounded, and it was no use offering them quack medicines in hospital. And there was poor old Peter, desperately sick, and it was no use offering him a quack medicine either. I gave him the real thing, all the love and passion there was in me. Anyone can say what they will, but that helped him on. Only, it left me stranded. Julie, whispered the man across the table. Don't. It hurts. She smiled at him. Never mind, Maurice. That's over. But how was I going to fill up the gap? All my friends expected me to marry him, but that couldn't be. Or someone else, I suppose. Only there was no one else. There must be heaps of women like me, Maurice, in England. Haven't you got 2 millions that you can't marry anyhow? 2 millions for whom there's nobody else? It's a rather sad old thing. Practically every walk in life is open to them now, said Maurice. Of course, and to me too. Walks in life, indeed. Maurice, where do they walk you to? He laughed uneasily. You odd girl, what do you mean? She gripped his hand as it lay there in hers on the table, with a fierce intensity, leaning across to him. I mean what I say. Is life filled with a science, an art, a business? Is it? Has yours been? Ah, well, perhaps it may be for some people, but it never could be for me. What have I a body for, eh? To carry me over London Bridge and back to an office every day? To carry me up and down the wards of Gray's Hospital all my life? Some people may believe that, but I don't. There is something in me on fire to live, to fulfil myself, to what you clever folk call it, to function. I was made for it. If it's horrible, blame my Creator, but my body was made for man, and I crave for life. He stared at her like a man in a dream. You're right, he said. You're right. Of course I'm right. I won't be put off with stopgaps, with second bests, with make-believes. I won't be an old maid with tabby cats or Pekingese. My dear Julie, he said soberly, I don't see you with a Pekingese. She gave a glance at his sober face and then threw herself back with a ringing laugh. But it died almost as suddenly. She leaned across the table again. I tell you, Maurice, she cried emphatically, I'd sooner be a prostitute in Piccadilly. Julie, he protested. Julie! That's true. The day I came to London I realized it. I'd been mooning round with Peter, trying to see God and the saints with his eyes. But I haven't his eyes. And when I got back to London I saw life again with my own. I walked the streets for a bit and looked at men. Oh, you poor things, men. What do you mean, dear? Why, just that. You're such poor things. Wait a minute. I can tell you. You remember that diary, a queer book that was published as the man was dying? He worked in the British Museum, a naturalist. Barbellion. Yes, that's it. Well, on board ship I read that. Do you remember that he tramped alone in all weathers about London, hungering for sympathy, afraid to ask it, on fire to do things, burning with unrest? Do you remember? Do you remember the pathos of it? Well, when I read that, I knew that I was the sort of woman that that man wanted, if only for a night. And, failing Peter, failing permanency, that would have been life for me. But the end, Julie, the end. Oh, damn your ends. I never can see ends, and I don't want to. His eyes wandered over her, over the room, over the red cloth, up to Queen Victoria, back to her again. Well, he said, then, and so, Julie, you've come to me. She nodded, her own eyes blazing. Yes, I've come to you. I've come with a demand that you can't refuse, unless you deny your teachings and your life work. And I've come with more. I've come with a mission which you shan't refuse now. Maurice, you're not unlike that poor Barbellion. You're a haunted man. You're hungry for sympathy, for satisfaction, with all your cleverness. I shall feed both. You shall rest on me, my dear. It doesn't matter what you do to me. I'm yours. And when I'm spent and useless to you, you shall glory in our child. Her voice broke a little, and she turned away her face. Maurice half rose in his chair. Oh, Julie, he cried, what a woman you are! Has there ever been one like you? End of chapter 13, part 3.
Chapter 13, Part 4 of Recompence by Robert Keable. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 13, Part 4. Looking back on it afterwards, Samson saw that night as long drawn out, a lifetime in a night, and as a kind of struggle between them. Now one was strong, and now the other. Now one urged, and now the other. Its first stage had been his own instinctive revolt from Julie's offer of herself, when the years of scientific thinking, of cool reason, of deliberation, were flung to the winds in a breath. He knew, when he thought of it, that he had known himself before willing and theoretically to partake in the eugenistic experiment, that he had even anticipated it as a relief and an outlet. But when Julie had made her offer, the thing had become personal, and all his manhood had shrunk from the idea of experiment, for it came to that, with the woman he had come to love. She had won that round. She had beaten him with his own weapons. The talk, as they stood by the wrecked car, showed him just what her strength had been, though he had not seen it at the time, hidden beneath her cloak of laughter. She had been demanding of him something he could not refuse, cost what it might, without becoming indeed the traitor she had called him. She had won him over with that word. But as they walked down the road, he had been the stronger. He had deliberately reopened the subject. He had not shrunk from putting into words, straightforwardly, the full meaning of the thing that lay before them. It would have been easy to have closed with her offer, sweeping her away, keeping her to the letter of her contract, avoiding the question he had scarcely dared to put. "Julie, do you love me?" He had not done so. He had rehearsed point after point, and when she had accepted each challenge, he kept an iron grip upon himself. She had made confession in the inn. He saw her weak then, and himself strong. She had broken down barriers between them, for she had stripped her own soul naked before his eyes. The temptation, as that pitiful little story of hers had unfolded, as he had realized bit, by inference, by contrast, what had been her secret conflict, her hidden passion, all these years. The temptation had been to reply in kind, to precipitate their cooler judgment, to urge on her instant flight. He had wanted her so. No tormented soul on the London pavements had ever wanted woman more than he wanted Julie then. He with his years of suppressed desire, his tragic home, his bitter, hopeless grief. But he had been stronger than she just then. He felt that he had come through a fiery furnace in those few minutes, by the grace of his manhood, unscathed. But afterwards. There had been a third round afterwards. They sat silent for a while after his last words. Julie's face had grown tired before him. "I do wish they'd make haste," she said. "I'll go and see," he replied, getting up and going out into the passage. He had not needed to go further. Mrs. Colburn came round the corner with a loaded tray and another lamp, and he backed before her into the room. "Sorry to keep you waiting," she said, "but it's latish, you know, and the fire is near out. Then Isaac is that slow, couldn't find the eggs, but they're fresh anyway," she continued, leaning forward to spread the tablecloth, and placing upon it butter and a loaf, the steaming plate of ham and eggs, a tall metal coffee-pot, cups and saucers, plates and cutlery. She looked sideways at them as she did so, shrewdly, her own pinched little soul in her sharp angular body sensing that more lay between them than casual relationship. He thought, as he noticed her, of his own words to Julie, and of her quick laughing reply. "Lift boys and hotel porters?" "Yes, and landladies." She went out, closing the door. "Hurrah!" cried Julie, all animation again. "Come on, Maurice, give me Adam and Eve on a raft while I pour out the coffee. I believe I could eat Isaac and Jacob on another too." "No, you're laughing at me. It isn't Isaac and Jacob." "Who was it then?" "Cain and Abel." "Oh yes, and Cain killed Abel. If you don't give me more dripping, I shall kill you." It was one of those meals that circumstance makes to taste superbly, and that never can be repeated. "I shall never," said Maurice, with his mouth full, thinking of this, "eat bacon and eggs again as long as I live, just as I never drink American ice-cream soda." "Good heavens!" cried Julie. "If you do, I shall certainly divorce you. My friends would emphatically cut me if they knew that I was gallivanting around with a young man who drank that." "But I did once, just once. It was nectar, the gift of the gods. I'd been bicycling miles on a hot afternoon to a case before the days of cars, and it was the best a village shop could do. The memory has abided with me for ever. This side of paradise I shall never again risk ice-cream soda, but I expect to find all the angels drinking it." "You have a hope, my dear Morris. I forget what they drink in the other place, but that will be your portion. Meanwhile you can reflect for your comfort on one thing." "What's that?" "That I can eat with you in real affection. People are so trying with ham and eggs. Have you ever seen Australians at it? It's the national dish, you know, served with chips. It was one of the minor horrors of the war." He laughed. "More coffee, please," holding out his cup. "Greedy brute, I've scarcely begun mine. Still, you talk a lot, and I expect it makes you thirsty. There. Now, for heaven's sake, do be quiet for 5 minutes." And but a minute or two later the trap came up. "Tell them to wait," mumbled Julie. "I'm still half eve and a section of raft. We're so late we could be later." "I'll settle up," said Morris, "while you finish." It was jolly, jolting along in the trap. The unseen clouds had lifted a little, and stars were peeping out. The night wind was keen, but the three were forced to sit close together on the one seat, and they had a thick, coarse rug over their knees. Their driver was a decent fellow, and he had not overestimated the mare. The spokes glinting as they spun in the high wheels, the crisp crackle of the surface beneath, the music of the mare's hoofs, the wind of their going, all these, with the chorus of their driver's cheerful chuckles to his beast, seemed the burden of a song to them both. Julie was in the highest spirits. "Can't you imagine we're off to Gretna Green?" she said in a low tone to Morris. He chuckled. "With Teeny Melville, in pace of nearer relations, following on her bicycle?" "Dear old Teeny," said Julie, and fell silent for a little. How would Teeny take it? She knew in her heart of hearts. The rugged face would turn shrewd eyes on her, eyes that left no secret unread. Her head, with its grey, plainly dressed hair that somehow symbolized more than her years, would be shaken perhaps, but the lips would smile. Smile, yes, but how alone Teeny stood. How little she seemed to need that of which she, Julie, had spoken so fiercely to Morris but now. Did she not need, or did she rein her nature in? Julie did not know, and she knew she would never know. If there were thousands of women like herself, there were not a few also like Teeny. They passed through Bancroft with its tall church spire lost in the higher dark, and Rybridge with 2 street lamps and a constable with a bicycle at the corner. Sampson had them pull up at the sight of him and explain their situation and the whereabouts of the stranded car. The man, whose job it was to patrol half a county by night, rode off to keep ward over it until relief came. He thought they would get a mechanic in Chisholm without any doubt. It was only 2 miles now. So they mounted the hill under black beech trees, and were told how in old times it was a favourite spot for highwaymen, and that a gallows had used to stand within living memory upon its summit, and then, burning over the top, picked up the lights of the small town in the valley. Now the station winked at them, red and green. "No locals tonight, but a few expresses run through," explained their driver. There was nothing old about Chisholm, a place which the railway practically created, and it was fast asleep as they spanked through the High Street. "The hotel first," said Morris. It was odd, Julie thought, to be standing there with him in the dark on the empty platform, knocking at the closed door. The mare stood sweating between her shafts, her skin glistening in the subdued glow of the trap lamps, as their driver waited to see them settled. Ringing seemed of little use, but a second application of the knocker, echoing down the street, brought a wavering light to the hall. Julie had hoped for a window and a romantic nightcap, but a prosaic and sleepy person in shirt and trousers, who must have either been sleeping in them or nodding somewhere in the back premises, out of bed for reasons unexplained, opened the door. He was only moderately obliging till he heard Sampson's name. Then he woke up. "Notice Sampson o' Andover?" "Yes." "Come in, sir. We'll fix you up and proud. You've attended my daughter with her first baby, and none of us ain't never forgot it. We've plenty of room for both of you. You can have the 2 front bedrooms." Sampson heaved a little sigh of relief. "There, Judy," he said. "That's all right. Up you go. I'll see to the car first." "Oh, let me come with you." "No, my dear, please don't. You've only a few hours for sleep as it is. Our friend here will give me a lift to the garage." "I shan't go to sleep until I hear you come back," she said, entering the place. "I'll be in the hall, sir," said the man in shirt and trousers, "and the door will be open. The garage is only round the corner, and a fellow sleeps there for night calls." Morris's business was soon done. The mechanic was prepared to risk the loss of any further business in consideration of the note which the surgeon slipped into his hand, and to justify it to his master on the ground of the other's profession, and he got out a motor bicycle that stood in readiness and made the night momentarily hideous with his departure. Morris watched him go, and his friend of the trap after him, and turned back alone to the empty street and his short walk to the inn. As he went, all things accomplished, the memory of that short sentence of Julie's as she passed into the hotel suddenly returned to him. He read a double meaning into them, or tried to do so. A man has moments such, be he whom he will. To Morris Sampson came in that hour piercing recognition of his own need of her, all the more fierce from the long years of repression. Arguments marshalled themselves swiftly in his mind. There was no one who would doubt the genuineness of their predicament. His own wife was away. Only Teeny Melville would ever know of their escapade, and she would know all there was to know soon enough. And Julie? Her earlier words to him that night rang in his head. He was suddenly carried away with pity for her, with longing to comfort her. Besides, why not tonight? Why not at one stroke make their resolution, and accomplish it? Why delay that which he desired so passionately, and which he had already promised him? The man let him in as arranged, and gave him a candle. "You can't miss the room, sir. Top of the stairs, round the landing to the front of the house, and it's the door on the right. Bed's all made up, sir. It's kept ready, but I've been up to see. Good night, sir. I'll call you for the 5:30. Good night, sir." As Morris turned at the top of the stairs, a door closed in the rear of the house on the ground floor, no doubt behind the fellow. He was alone. The hall, as he looked over the banister, was in darkness. His was the only light. No. As he walked forward, he saw there was a crack of illumination beneath the door opposite to his own. He paused irresolutely. He listened. He could hear no sound. He entered his own room, set down the candle, pushed his bedroom door to without closing it, and sat down on his bed. His heart beat wildly. All his knowledge, all his caution, all his mature manhood slipped from him. He was a young man again, life vivid before him. He wanted Julie more fiercely than he had ever wanted his own wife, that he had ever, in his student days, thought he wanted any woman. His desire was all the more intolerable because he was what he was, the more wholly spiritualized in the truest sense. Women, physically at least, were no mystery to him. He had no callow sensations to satisfy. But Julie's vivid little picture of the lonely young official up from the country in London, restless, eager, unsatisfied, alone, rose before his eyes, and he felt himself another such. She had acknowledged herself willing to satisfy such a one. She had promised herself to him. Why hesitate then? Why not walk across the landing and knock? He got up. It did not strike him, unversed in such affairs and agitated beyond measure, to remove coat or boots. He even left his own candle burning and his own door ajar. He did not notice that her light was out now. He took the 2 or 3 steps. He knocked. "Come in," said Julie at once. He turned the handle and entered. She pulled up the window blind, as she always did, though he did not know it, and the room was not pitch dark. He could see the bed near the window in the starshine, a glimmer of white which was sheets and pillow. He shut the door and stood, trembling uncontrollably. "Is that you, Morris?" asked Julie in her firm, clear voice. "Oh, Julie, Julie, Julie!" he cried, and scarcely knowing what he did, stumbled across the space between them, dropped by her bedside, buried his face in the hand she held out and in the cool linen of the sheets. "Poor old boy," said Julie softly. "I guessed you'd come." He looked up at that. He could dimly see her face, the masses of hair tumbled on her shoulders, her white neck. "You guessed I'd come? And you don't mind? You will take me? Oh, my darling, I want you so much. You don't know how much. You can't know. And what does it matter? Why should we wait? Can you forgive me that I've forgotten to live all these years and give me back what I've lost? I'm so tired, Julie, so dried up. Refresh me, Julie. Comfort me." He felt her move in the bed, sitting up a little, withdrawing her other arm, and then her fingers moving through his hair. Poor old boy, she whispered again. Poor old Maurice. Has it been as bad as all that? It's been worse, he cried fiercely. Worse! Worse! Then kiss me, she said suddenly. He needed no urging. He flung his arms round her and dragged her head down to his, kissing her mouth and eyes and cheeks, burying his face in the fragrance of her hair. When he released her, she fell back on the pillow a little breathlessly, laughing her little laugh. He essayed to get up. "Let me go to my room for a second," he said hoarsely, scarcely knowing his own voice. I left the candle. It was stupid. I forgot. Then I'll come back." Her hand arrested him. "One moment, Maurice. I make no promises, understand? Now go and bring the candle, as you say. Close your door after you, and mine too." He stumbled eagerly away, scarcely noticing her words. A boy again. In his own room he sat down, fumbling with his boots, getting rid of them anyhow. Then he threw off collar and tie, coat and waistcoat, caught up his candle, cast a look round, and stepped out softly, closing his door. Once more across the passage, but with a furtive glance at the void of the stairs, in at her door, closing it behind him. Then he stopped, momentarily checked. For Julie was sitting up in the bed, her hands on the counterpane before her, leaning slightly forward, plainly awaiting him. He noticed that she was in her chemise, having no night-clothes, and thought absently how pretty it was, but only half-consciously, for her head was turned towards him, her hair thrown back, and her eyes held him there, at the door. He stood, amazed, his candlelight suddenly garish upon him in some obscure fashion. He could not read her eyes, but there was something in them that he had not expected. "Julie," he muttered foolishly. "Julie." She smiled then, and held out her hand. He did not know it, but her heart had given a little leap of gladness. He loved her enough to read a look, to understand a little, to listen to her. She saw that. So she held out her hand and smiled. "Come here, Maurice dear, will you, and sit on my bed? I want to talk to you for a minute." He came, but irresolutely, advancing slowly across the floor, sitting by her side at last. "Julie," he asked miserably, "you're not angry? Have I annoyed you? Oh, my dear, forgive me." She took his unoccupied hand in hers, fondling it. Then she raised it to her lips. She kissed it and flung her head up with a little gesture all her own, laughingly. "Put the candle on the chair, you old silly. Do you want to set us both on fire? Oh, push the clothes on the floor, they don't matter." He did as she ordered, releasing his hand to obey her. She saw that it shook a little, and her heart went out to him. "Now," she said, "listen." He sat back, twisting himself a little sideways that he might see her better. He was still puzzled, but more reassured. She was being far too kind for anger of any sort. He searched her hungrily with his eyes as he sat, and found her very desirable and very lovely in the soft candle glow. Perhaps she read the dawning of that desire at last, and then, at that, broke the little silence. "Maurice, I thought you'd come. I've seen all tonight how you've been holding yourself in, and I know men a little, even a dear old silly like you. I guess you'd want me rather badly. Maurice, I won't say that you shan't have what you want. I'm no prude, hardly am I, and we've already accepted each other. But, well, I want you to think of something. I want to place something before you. It's very real to me. If it is not so to you, I give in. You shall have me tonight. If it is, well, if it is, you should do as you think best. That's fair, isn't it?" She paused a minute, watching him steadily. He did not speak. Possibly she did not want him to do so. It was rather as if she was searching his face for a sign. He nodded, and she went on. "My dear, we are neither of us children. I'm 30, you're nearly 40. We have both of us hard years behind us, years that have held hectic moments of joy, of passion, of sorrow. We each know what. Much of that passion, that sorrow, that joy, we gathered rather faultlessly, did we not? I did. I don't regret it, but I've rushed along. Do you understand? Life has swept me away, bowled me over, played with me. I've refused to think. But now, Morris, I am grasping something deliberately, with a firm hand. I do not want to be hurried." He was about to speak, but she stopped him with a flicker of the Julie that sang comic songs along the road. "One moment, old dear, let me finish. Afterwards I may not get a chance. Now," and her smile died down, "that's the first point, but the second is even more to me. Why am I coming to you? Why, fundamentally, are you taking me? Morris, the pressing reason with me is that all the woman in me goes out to you. You silly old thing with your science. I want to do for you, forever, what once, for 3 days, I did for Peter. And you want me, the physical me, terribly now. But you are Morris Sampson, you know. Tomorrow morning you'll be thinking of the child that is to be so much to you. I know you. I believe you'll want then that I had conceived, as it were, before the altar of some god. You won't want this accident, this stuffy old bedroom, this hotel visit, the humiliation of your flight in the morning, and all the rest of it, to be our first movement towards that child. We will plan something finer, lovelier, the best we can think of, eh?" She smiled at him tremulously, like a child herself, and this time she saw tears in his eyes, and knew that she had read him aright. She stretched her hands out to him. "Oh, Morris," she cried, "I'm weary too, my beloved. My God, how weary! Do you think I would keep anything from you? Do you think I'm a saint in a painted window to blush at giving me my body when and where and how you wish? Well, that's just it. How you wish. Think twice, my darling. You're a haven to me that I've come far to reach, but so am I to you, and I want you to find it fair." He leaned forward to her now with infinite tenderness, taking her hair gently in his hands, kissing her lips. And as he bent his head still more and kissed her white soft skin low down on her breast, her own lips brushed his eyes. "There goes the pain, the restlessness, the trouble, Morris dear," she whispered. But he paused by her bed as he stood up with his candle. "Good night, you wonderful person," he said. "But where is it to be, Julie?" She smiled at him. "Somewhere, let me think, near the sea and near the mountains, somewhere warm and sweet-scented and very lovely, somewhere you and I have never been to yet, somewhere where none of our friends go. Sounds like another utopia, doesn't it? Can you think of any such place, Morris? There's a problem for you." He laughed at her. "It's solved," he said at once. "What? Where?" "Corsica. I've wanted myself often to go there. It's exactly what you say." She lay considering him. "I believe you're right," she replied slowly. "I once saw it from the sea. It looked like a fairy island then. And it's a far haven, isn't it, Morris?" He bent again and kissed her forehead. "Where we shall begin to find the meaning of life together, Julie mine." He hesitated for all that at the door. "Julie, soon?" Her lips broke into a smile. "Yes, you old dear," she said. "Just as soon as you please." End of chapter 13, part 4. Chapter 14 of Recompence by Robert Keable. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 14. Within the little high-walled garden the September sun shone brightly. It was a small, formal place, with a sedate, self-contained, wise air that was not unpleasing. Just a shade more rectangular than square, there was a border close against the wall on 3 sides, with a gravelled path edging it, and the centre space thus formed was again divided into 2 by an offshoot of the little path. The prim paths were all in straight lines, and no wider than was necessary for one to walk. Of the 2 centre patches, one was laid out with grass, the other planted with vegetables, and in the border all round flourished a few hardy flowers. A pear tree on one side, a peach on the other, were trained against the walls. The walls at once riveted attention. They were high, solid, and formidable. They were not exactly prison walls, or the ladder of the pear tree at least would not have been left by which an active man could easily reach the top, but they shut off all sight of the outside world, save the faint blue sky and the fleecy clouds of the day's heaven above them. On the 3 sides they ran. The 4th gave on the arrangements of a little house. Perfectly plain but solid pillars of stone rose on the edge of the garden, and supported a floor of strong timbers above a short length of cloister. Entering from the garden by the short central path, one found this cloister, or corridor, for it was only that, paved with flat stones beneath one's feet, entered on the left by a small heavily barred door in a continuation of the high wall of the garden, and completed on the right by a flight of wooden steps, leading up to whatever accommodation there might be above. Immediately in front, but whitewashed here to increase the light, the walling of the garden. Standing there, the plan of the place became plain. One was in a high-walled square, from one side of which rooms had been built out, the space beneath them being flagged. Upon the square but one door gave, the heavily barred door at the end of the flagged corridor. A perky thrush, who appeared out of nowhere and sunned himself for a few minutes on the topmost bough of the pear-tree, looked down into the garden and found it entirely satisfactory. It was true that he was used thus to inspect this and sundry other little walled domains, all perfectly alike, that lay like little toys arranged orderly by a child about the 4 sides of a great central square garden, a quarter of a mile across, wherein were rows and rows of potatoes and beans and cabbages and fruit trees. Their symmetry was only broken in the centre by an oblong patch, low-railed beneath a high cross, wherein the rows of the fruit trees were continued by low mounds, 6 feet by 2, without headstones, as regularly as any man could wish. Both garden and graveyard were a paradise for birds. They grew fat and cheeky there. Unmolested, an occasional thrush or blackbird would visit one of the little square domains, but only to escape for a while from the chatter of his friends. Generally these were not untenanted, but it mattered little whether they were or whether they were not. The men in white and brown who lived one in each were all that a bird could wish. Quite often they were practically motionless. One could see them in their little rooms, or they paced quietly round and round the gravelled path, and did not in the least mind one searching for caterpillars or worms. Or they dug, and would courteously stop digging if one were in the way of the spade. But this particular square was empty. The thrush on the pear-tree thrust his head this way and that with jerky, brisk little movements, and made quite sure. There was no one in the room, no one chopping the pile of wood that stood in a corner under the stairs, no one pacing up and down the flagged corridor, no one in the garden. He gave a chirp of satisfaction, caught sight of secret marks on the patch of grass that aroused his hunter spirit, and flew down to search for his worm. He found it, a great succulent thick thing, mainly under the soft ground, but feeling blindly with its clean, pointed, delicate extremity among the grass roots. He watched his moment and sprang upon it. A tug. His victim was taken by surprise and lugged half out, but only half. With the rest of its length it clung stubbornly to the earth, swelling its segmented rough body against the protecting walls of its cell. The light of battle shone in the thrush's eye. He set his heavily armed feet firmly on the ground, bent his back, took the strain. But in that tense moment he heard the unexpected, and although he did not at once relinquish his hold, his head went round, his eye grew startled. In a few seconds it was unmistakable. Men were approaching slowly the other side of the high wall, marching along one side of the great square outside, chanting. They might pass. He listened. They did not. The wall dulled all sounds, but the keen bird heard. As the door into the flagged passage before him opened, he abandoned his prey and flew in a great arc with a swish of wings over the wall and away to his kind. Peter Graham and another entered, Peter first, to take a pace or two and stand irresolute. His companion pushed the heavy door to behind them and stepped to his side. For all that he wore a white cassock, and that he folded his hands out of sight under the monastic scapula, back and front on that garment, he had an air of homely ordinariness about him. Perhaps it was his square-toed boots that appeared below his cassock, perhaps the spectacles on his nose, but more likely the effect was produced by the expression on his face, the kindness of his eyes, the square, clean-shaven chin. He looked practical and real, and not in the least theatrical. Peter, too, in a plain cloth suit with a soft hat in his hand, was satisfactorily commonplace. He had been more romantic in his old Norfolk jacket. The clothes did not fit very well, and they had not cost much. "This," said the monk, "is your cell, Mr. Graham." "Yes, Father." "Of course you've been round before, but I wanted to make sure that you understand everything, and that everything is in order for you. So let us go through it thoroughly. First, this hatch. You understand that your food will be placed here twice a day?" Peter turned with him and watched him slide backwards and forwards once or twice a sort of shutter let into the wall by the door. It opened on a right-angled recess in the masonry, so constructed that while from within you could not look out, as from without no one could look in, nevertheless a tray, platters, a pitcher could be passed through it. The lay brothers without would leave food of sorts in the morning, and food of sorts in the evening, in that hatch. Fish thrice a week, never any meat. Beans. He understood. "Yes, Father," he repeated mechanically. "Don't forget to wash and return the empty vessels when you have done with them, and don't forget to leave a little over from breakfast for your lunch. Otherwise," he added, smiling, "you will be hungry, I fear, before supper time." "Yes, Father." The monk turned. "Well, here is your garden. You can grow what you like, and do what you like with what you grow." They moved a few paces forward. "The last occupant has not left you many flowers, but if you stay you can soon remedy that. Be strict with yourself as to the regular times for work. There's your spade and rake against the wall. Have they given you a trowel? I don't see it. No, it isn't here. I'll see to that." "Thanks, Father. You can't get on without a trowel. Now let me see. You've plenty of wood. There's your axe and saw, the mangle for your washing by the wood stack. That's your lantern for the night offices, on that nail. Mr. Graham, waking for the night office is going to be the hardest physical part of your life. One never gets wholly used to it. You will soon wake regularly enough, but it will always be a struggle to get up. You must be prepared for that." "Yes, Father." "Now let's go upstairs." In silence they mounted the wooden steps and entered the first room. It was small, neat, quite clean. A window looked into the garden. Father Morris went over to it and undid the latch. Beneath it stood a plain writing-table with pens, ink, and paper. There was a prie-dieu, a chair, a bookcase with 2 or 3 shelves of books. Peter walked over and took down the first at random. It was a commentary on the book of Job in Latin. He returned it and glanced at the others. More commentaries, a treatise on moral theology, St. Augustine, the letters of Cyprian. They were all in Latin. Father Morris watched him. "You can have books from the library," he said. "Write for what you want and leave the letter on the tray in the hatch. You can change them as often as you like. I should advise you to take up some special study later on. From what I know of you, I should suggest mystic theology, Mr. Graham. Begin with St. Teresa, not St. John of the Cross." "I have read a little St. John," said Peter. "Good. Well, there is the bedroom." He opened a door before them, and they passed into a second room identical in size and aspect with the first. In it a window also gave on the garden, but opposite the window was an iron bedstead, and in a corner a wash-hand stand and metal jug and basin. There was a small mirror above a chest of drawers. By the side of the bed was a wooden chair, and over the bed a large crucifix, a white figure on a black cross. "There is nothing to be said about this, I think," said Father Morris briskly. "No," said Peter. "Then that's all," said Father Morris. They turned and walked down the stairs again in silence. They had been perhaps 5 minutes in the little place. By the door from the world without, Father Morris paused. "You see," he said, "the bolt is on the inside, Mr. Graham. You understand? This is but a trial of our life, of course, and in a fortnight I shall come again and see how you have got on. But I want you, I know you want, to approach it with the intention of permanency. Remember then that now and always it is that intention you have to watch. No one will keep you here a moment longer than you wish. At any time you have only to undo your own bar and walk out. Go at once to the guest master if you do. In a couple of hours you could be free in London or wherever you prefer. You are sure you understand?" "Quite, Father." Otherwise, of course, you will see no one except in chapel, and there you must guard your eyes, before Saturday, when there is each week 1 hour's conversation and common exercise. But all that you know. Is there anything you want to ask? I don't think so, Father. Well then, I will leave you to God, Mr. Graham. He stood looking at the young man for a minute or two in silence, his eyes very kind and tender. Then he held out his hand. Good-bye, Mr. Graham. God bless you. Good-bye, Father. Pray for me. The monk inclined his head. And of your charity, pray for me too, please, Mr. Graham, he said as he passed out. He shut the door behind him, and within Peter stood listening. He could hear the murmur of a Latin greeting and response the other side of the thick wall. Then Father Morris's voice intoned a versicle, and was answered by the louder swell of the chorus respond. Then Oremus. He caught the familiar word and the murmur of indistinct prayer. They were praying for him, he knew. Then Amen, breaking in on that solitary, impersonal voice. And then a brief pause, the cantors intoning a psalm, the whole taking it up. The singing died away, and the sound of feet. 5 minutes, perhaps, slid by. Then, in the complete silence, Peter put his hand out and shot his bolt. The iron grated loudly on the stone in the stillness. Peter too had come to his far haven. With what thoughts, what memories now? Or with what future conflict? Who knows? Who shall dare guess? The rest is silence. End of chapter 14. End of Recompence by Robert Keable.